Took a second to show up. How's everybody doing today? Happy Thursday. Happy March 12th. We're going to continue on with our plugin development today. It's going to be a pretty boring day, so don't worry, you're not going to miss anything exciting today. We are mostly going to be writing up documentation, commenting, descriptions, cleaning things up, doing final bug testing, and then we can finally call this this plugin complete. So you're not going to miss much today. Why is... That's weird. Okay. It scared me for a second, the folder setup there. Plugins. Simple player interaction. Also, I wanted to double check. I think our plugin required MVVM, right? This is no longer the case. It does require enhanced input. I don't think it requires anything else from that, though. No code. Is that technically true that it's a no code plugin? Does it mean, no blueprint? I don't really know if I should press that or not. It won't be beta after today, so we'll just uncheck that in preparation. Alright, let's see here. We have BPC and a BPI. Another BPC. Blueprint function library, which we need to make wrappers for. Technically, we should add enum descriptions. I'm gonna do it. I don't really think there's anything to add here. Maybe like a... I don't think there's anything worthwhile thing to add here. Okay, so just these four, and then these three, and then we'll want a bit of documentation in our plugins folder here. This is simple player interaction. And I might copy the setup from here. I think it's pretty nice. Let's see, overview, download, installation, and setup. There is a dependency note. Classes, functions. We have three, because we have two BPCs and then the BPFL. I think we have simple player interaction actor, same thing but for player, and then BPFL, simple player interaction. Dispatchers, limitations, best practice. I don't know if we'll need like limitations and best practices, but we'll put it there just for now. All right, let's get it all sorted out first. First things first. Event for interaction. Checking if the associated or I guess not actor, but checking if the component has interaction allowed. Do we have a, yeah, we do have a update interactable status. Can update via update interactable status. How you doing, Miss Sophie? How are you this fine day? Dispatchers for success and failure. Tempted to change this to interaction success versus interaction failed. That might screw up usages for that. I hope not. Sometimes if you rename dispatchers, they do not update. What are you gonna do? I mean, we'll know if we try to interact with something. Yep, see? Fucked it up. I mean, it's possible that if I just like reopen the project, it might fix that. Let me try that. Renaming dispatchers. Oh, what doesn't cause a problem these days in Unreal? A big old clump of my drink flavoring. Big bottle? It better be big bottle for a big boy. I'm not that big, I only weigh like 145 pounds. Big bottle for a big ego. I would hope I don't have one of those too. Hover interactable. Vent for unhovering. Resetting our hover. Do once fire. Disabling component tick. And firing a dispatcher. Event for on initial hover, enabling the components tick and firing a do once dispatcher, then calling a dispatcher on tick while hovering. I like showing the bubbles on these two. I'm gonna do that. Hover events. Interaction event, and then finally small event for updating the components interactable status. Defaulted to true. Yes, okay, sweet. Okay, events are there. Let's see about this. Be interactable. Boolean for simple control over the associated actors' interactability status. I'm kind of wondering too if we want to do a dispatcher for updating the status. I'm going to add one. Interactability status updated. And maybe we can plug in the Boolean from that. And firing a dispatcher for the new status. Okay. Let's put some descriptions on the dispatchers. Dispatcher that fires when a successful interaction is accomplished. Let's just say dispatcher that fires with a successful interaction. I don't know what to type for that. With a failed interaction. Dispatcher that fires when the interactability status of the component / actor is updated. Technically the component, but it's on the actor, so. How you doing, Oxymind? How's it going today? Okay, initial hover. I do once firing dispatcher or when the interaction trace initially hovers the actor. Dispatcher fires every tick while the actor is being hovered by the interaction trace. In a 5-minute break, brain is goo. I've been programming since 3 p.m. and it's 3 a.m. Jesus Christ. Just started broadcasting attribute tags and now I'm working on gameplay ability tags. Sounds like you're working with gas. You are? Well, now I know why your brain is goo. Okay, yeah, I make enough jokes about gas. It's not bad. I just find it a little bit overcomplicated for a lot of use cases. Really good though for making a multiplayer game. I'm just a cranky old man. This picture the fires when the actor is unhovered by the interaction trace. Was I putting periods on my other dispatcher descriptions? Yeah, it was. You like it? You're getting a lot of boilerplate framework knocked out, and I have a mental structure on how I'm going to implement different ability archetypes and items and skills. That sounds like the good way to do it from what I know. From every, because we implemented it in Cauldron Chronicles, and it seems like there's just a massive amount of setup, and then once it's there, it just kind of works. I do find that it has just a large overhead for super simple games. Like for us with our, whatever you want to call like abilities and, damage over time effects. I just wrote my own thing for it because it feels, we did it in like a day. I wrote my damage over time thing here. And it does exactly what I needed to. I don't need it to be any more complex than that. But just different use cases. This is also a single player game, so we don't need to care about replication or anything. Or tons of, ability and animation canceling stuff that you might want to have. But I think from what you've told me about your game, it 100% would need something much more complex. Did we have like a BPI for getting the interactability status? There's just update. We probably should have that. Get interactable status. Oop, not an input, output. Running is huge tech debt, but once it's done, replication or modification is so much faster, and you can duplicate, modify pre-existing statuses to do other things. That's pretty cool. Or playtest, would you be interested in giving feedback? Yes. Yes. I will try, if there's something that isn't my taste, and I know that I would be giving feedback that isn't very valuable, I will, of course, mention that. Because I don't like to provide useless feedback. Why the hesitation? I just wanted to clarify that I don't play every game. Like, not all games are meant for me. How you doing, Smiling Big? How are things? Things are okay. Things are pretty good. Give me the finger. I pointed. I just pointed. Oh my god. Women. Sorry. Another day to blame women for things. Oh. Okay, I think this BPC is okay. I think everything that we want to be here is here. Functions. Categories. Interactability. Actually, won't these have, if they're BPI messages, won't they have the same categories in the node lookup? So I kind of want to clarify this. We could say BPI dash interaction, or simple interaction maybe. Simple player interaction. That way when you see them in any of the blueprint stuff like this, they will be listed as BPI simple player interaction. Let's go knit him. What kind of plugins are we making? I am making a player interaction plugin. Well, I've already made it. I am finishing the player interaction plugin by... We are going to be adding in the documentation today, all of the comments, cleaning it up, descriptions, everything we need for it. Adding in some wrapper functions into the BPFL here. And then it should be done. And then you'll have a first person or third person plugin. You just throw in a component on your player. It will do the interaction stuff. It's pretty easy to build into MVVM. Will it put it up on Fab? I don't know. Maybe. Thinking of adding in a thematic feature from Darkest Dungeon? Oh yeah? What are you thinking of adding? Hover interactable. Function that fires from VPC simple player interaction player. In the interaction trace, hovers an actor that uses that integrates, implements the actor component. I'm trying to think of like what to name these. Made your first plugin from Fab the other day. Free plugin to initiate live code compile from the CLI. Well, that's cool. Didn't they used to have that in like the initial versions of Unreal Engine 4? They had the hot loading. Why did they remove that? I think the narrator starts off as human when you're in limbo, and as you descend deeper into hell, it goes more and more demonic until you can tell it's Lucifer. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. HTTP request on localhost. Do you love when you see like the people who are vibe coding plugins and stuff and software, and they show it off and it's just running on localhost? I vibe coded this software the other day. And it's just like, I don't know, some wrapper for FFmpeg or something. Function that fires from the player when the interaction trace unhovers an actor. Yeah, I mean, I just started, so don't worry. You come back in like... My usual time that I get off is 4 p.m. I will still be here. A plugin so I could vibe code stuff and have Claude compile for me when the editor was active. Option interact. Function that fires when the interaction input action is triggered. That's probably all we need to type for that. Update interactable status. Updates the interactable status of a interactable actor. You know, I'm trying to think, do we want a, I bet we want a plugin that would update that. I wonder if we feed it through the player or if we should. What would be the smartest way to do that? Because we have actors, right? Actors implement the component, and the component holds the logic. So we can't just, you know, fire the BPI call to the actor, of course. We would need to call it, you know, run it directly through the component. So we would need to, you know, to check for that. I'm a little hesitant to just throw that into the BPFL, though, because I want to keep the BPFL as a wrapper. So I'm wondering if we should run it through the player's component instead and use the BPFL for the wrapper into that. But that gets just a little bit too... It's a little bit too indirect. Or if we throw it into the BPFL and we just let it exist there. Does actor implement interaction component? Update actor interactable status. And then that would, you know, call this to see if we actually implement the, if it actually implements the interaction component, and then it would update that. We'll have more functions that we need to put there too, but that's just so I don't forget it. Okay, get interactable status. Gets the interactable status of an actor. Trying to think of what else to write, but that's literally all it does. Okay, so the BPI is probably pretty good. We'll clean up the BPC and then we will make all the functions that we need for the BPFL. We did already sort the variables. There's a lot of variables here. We do need to write in descriptions for each of them. A lot of dispatchers too. Oh, we need to get some errors thrown in too. On begin play, delay a tick and then set up the interaction trace based on the configuration. Mirroring if this actor is not put on a character. VPC simple player interaction. Player is not placed, or let's say must be placed. Implemented on a character. Do you think people would actually pay money for this plugin if I put it on Fab? Even if it was like super cheap? Do you think many people would find it useful to just be able to quickly implement interaction? That's interesting why we set up the owner there. Interaction. That's fine though. A little weird. Not gonna hurt anything though. Initial setup for the interaction trace. Double checking that the timer is not currently running. Stopping it if it is. Errors if either the origin or trace component, or not origin, but the origin or forward vector components are invalid. VPC simple player interaction. Player has bad config. Either the origin. Actually, we could print which one is specifically the problem. We could determine that. We have the booleans. I'll collapse these nodes though, because they're pretty safe to collapse. I try to avoid collapsing nodes though. Okay, if both are true, both the origin and forward vector components are invalid, or The origin component is invalid. Wait a sec. Other way around. Or we'll just do a NAND. Is NAND the correct one to use here? Logic gate. Logic gates. I always forget this. This is really useful to me though. Are these little like zeros and ones? Okay. They're both 0. Wait, that doesn't look right. Oh no, it is an AND. But I need it to be... I need a NOR. Not an AND, I need a NOR. 001. If they are both false. Otherwise... if valid origin component is false, the origin component is invalid. Otherwise, the forward vector component is invalid. There we go. Okay. That'll do it. Last but not least, input action event for interaction. Feel free to remove and place elsewhere, or configure further. A bunch of these in a library as macros? Which things? Oh, the printout? Wouldn't you have to customize them though? Okay, let's go through each of the functions. Let's order the functions first though. Interaction trace, stop interaction trace, restart, setup, update actors to ignore, update interaction trace, allowance. We'll do the trace management. Put those down here. Macros, this is just, I don't know. Just a vector getter. The gate logic. Made macros for the gate logics? Even though they already exist? Okay. Double checks if we're actually allowed to perform our interaction trace. Do we error out if the Okay. Just double checking that we actually aren't allowed to interact if we Fine. Okay, double checks we're actually allowed to perform our interaction trace. Exiting if not. Runs the trace and hover unhover logic first, then dispatches for the trace tick. Splits and runs the configured trace, either a line or sphere trace. Configured. I'm just like, wait, that doesn't sound right. Configured trace, fucking configured. I might break this up into smaller bits. Logic for handling the hover, unhover hits. And BPI messages. Checks our hit actor to see if the actor is valid and implements the component. Or let's say specifically the BPC simple player interaction actor component. Why can't I? There we go. It wouldn't let me select the comment box. It was kind of weird. checks if our new component is valid or not. If the component is not valid, get the last hit component and run the unhover logic. Or let's say, and fire the BPI message to unhover. Checks if the new component is the same as the last checked component. If the new component is the same as the last, or after the initial interaction trace has been fired on the new component for the first time, send a message to cover the interactable and update the last hit component. Let me check this. Why do we run this? If the old hit component didn't this have the old not the new hit actor component plugged in? It seems weird. It seems weird. But I can double check. Yeah, that has the old one hooked in, not the new one. Okay. That makes more sense. That is the benefit of going through your own code. Rubber ducking it a little bit. I'll spread out the space here a bit more. Okay, if the new and old components are different, check if the old component is still valid. Sending an unhover. Message if so. And then firing the dispatcher or the initial interaction hover. Okay. First, run the hover unhover logic. If we successfully hit something, send a dispatcher for a good hit. Otherwise, send one for a failed hit. Okay, that should be pretty good. And we fixed one bug while we're at it. I hope so. I mean, having the new one here shouldn't have been a problem since we update on tick anyway. But that was probably causing a bug. Especially if you don't run it on tick. But default, we are updating our tooltip on tick. Regardless, it's safe for now. Checks if we have a valid timer on the interaction trace. Clearing it if true, and calling a dispatcher or the trace getting stopped. Technically, I could bind an event to this trace getting stopped, I think. Oh no, maybe not. But you could do that. It's kind of a shame that you can't do that. Like the only one that finds that weird that you can't bind an event to a timer handle. Interesting. This is the event, right? Yeah. So this will stop the timer. Runs event to stop timer. Run through the setup again. Good if we have any worry about component invalidation. And then restarts the timer. Calling a dispatcher for timer restart, for trace restart. A little bit beefy. First sets up the components, then runs a dispatcher for the setup finishing. We will separate that. Switches to different scene component setups and checks based on configuration. Exiting out at any invalidation, which will then fire a log print for failure. Do we want to fire a different dispatcher for failure too? I only have trace setup finished, but not like trace setup finished successfully or unsuccessfully. Could move the error check into the setup. And then maybe just bind events to the success and failure. Maybe. Probably okay for now, though. This is also for the trace origin. And this one is for forward vector. Okay. Top one is bone socket. And we have gameplay camera. Fuck. What is it just... Oh my god. I'm clicking on it and it's... Jesus, that's annoying. I'll just type it in here. Can't you just, like, can I just have one normal day without a bug? That's part of the engine. Very odd. This player character, but I think it is technically the capsule component. And then this is the camera manager. Okay. If the configuration is set up so that the trace, origin, and forward vector components are the same, we simply set them to be so and finish configuring. The hell? Why are comments broken? Is this something like the new update of Unreal? Did it just break comments? Okay, there we go. It'd be funny if it's my gamepad fucking things up. Okay. Bone socket. Gameplay camera. Camera. Sign. Player character. Capsule component. Camera manager. Sense actors to ignore cannot be updated or let's just say updated on the it's weird, it can't be updated like on the component level, so we just expose this. Oh my god, thank you, autosave. Exposed weirdly. This is a custom function to update that array manually if needed. Declaring to dispatcher whenever updated. I doubt anybody would ever use that, but it's there. A function for updating the allowance of the interaction trace completely stops the trace from firing if set to false. Okay, I think there's some cases where we could just use this as the function description too. I don't see why not. Okay. Runs the interaction trace setup. Grabbing the configured components necessary to run the trace. Stops the interaction trace, reruns setup for it, and then restarts the trace for interaction. Completely stops the interaction trace. The core logic of the interaction trace. Can I specifically say that this can't run outside of this? I'd be setting it to private, right? What is the difference between public, protected, and private? Property or method can be accessed within the class and by classes derived from that class. Property and method can only be accessed within the same class when they are defined. Let's set it to private. Running every configured tick to check for an interactable vector. What is 1 over 60? Out of curiosity. 1016. We want to specify that the trace will run 60 times a second. I have it set to 10 times every second, which is, you know, of course, 6 times slower than that. That's the default. If we set it to 0.01, it would be a little bit lower than 60, or like a little bit faster than 60 times a second, which if you're running at 60 FPS, it would guarantee 1 every frame. Anything faster than 60, you might end up not having 1 each frame. Interaction. I mean, I could set it to do maximum 120 times a second. Means anybody running the game at more than 120 FPS would still only be allowed to do 120 interaction trace checks per second. I think that's probably okay. But there's probably not a need to go any more than 60. If we set it to 0.015, then that would be roughly 60 times, right? It's like 66, so if you're running at 60 frames per second, it'll be, you know, pure smooth. If you're running a little bit faster, we cap it at around 60. Which I think will be fine. Let me check my documentation. I don't ever list configurable variables here, right? Although I think our input mapping context manager didn't have... Oh, no, it does have variables. I don't know if I should include that, though. I know what it doesn't have is configuration, so we'll just write up a separate category for configuration. Okay, macro. Grabs the corresponding world location of the configured component. Kind of cool that you can like change the instance color of a macro. What does that look like? I've never done that. Oh, look at that. That's kind of pretty. I can color my nodes. Can I make it yellow like a vector? Oh, I can. Okay, that's enough. I've had my fill of prettiness today. Now we'll do dispatchers last. Get all the components filled in. We have a lot of variables. We have a lot of variables. We have a fuck ton of variables. Oh boy. Oh boy. The scene component from which the interaction trace originates. The scene component from which the interaction trace obtains the forward vector from. Which debug? Let's say the interaction trace debug type. Debug color for interaction trace. Draw time. I might just rename that to like draw debug type, trace color, or let's do debug trace color, debug trace hit color, debug draw time. How long to draw the debug for? Make sure the renamings didn't make it too big. No, we're fine. Okay. The BPC simple player interaction actor component hit on this tick, or on the current tick of the interaction trace. Hit on the previous tick of the interaction trace. The actor hit on the current tick. And the previous actor hit. Or I guess the actor hit on the previous tick. Keep things consistent. interaction trace hit result from the current tick of the interaction trace. I mean, how do we word that? The Boolean, the interaction trace, whether or not, let's say whether or not the interaction trace hit or the current tick of the interaction trace. All right, those three are done. Boolean to control whether or not we're allowed to perform the interaction trace. Note that the timer may still be running in the background, just exiting without forming the trace. Hey Buster D, how you doing, man? Thanks for the resub.
BLSS 3D podkreślenie Jig just subscribed.
What's up? Work is hell right now, that's why you don't hear much from me. Hey, no worries. 3 weeks vacation in May, we'll rework and finish character, and sadly didn't have enough time before. Don't worry. Don't worry. I know that I'm supposed to be getting you a document for this. I am going to be finishing that up tomorrow. You probably do not have time to read it right now, but don't prioritize it. Where the fuck is it? This is what I have written so far for the exosuit. And then I need to write up about like ports and interfaces. This does not even include like animations that need to be tied to certain things. That'll be a separate document, so don't worry. Don't worry. We are in no rush to get the character done, and I want to make sure that we have all of the documentation for it. So I appreciate it, and you know, hope work is going okay. And we will talk once we finish this up, but don't think that there's any necessity to do this soon. I'll let you know when I have it all done. And thank you for the resub. Timer interval for the interaction trace player defaults to around 66 times per second, but is capped to run only once per frame. Only streamer deserves their sub. Well, thank you for that. I wouldn't agree with that. A pretty boring stream. But yeah, hey, take care and stay sane. The owning actor character. Technically not a character, but it's fine if we just, let's just say always a character. Used for setup purposes. Yeah, and we do update that every time we need to rerun setup, just in case. Okay. I will ping you with any documents that I finish, but of course there's no need to respond to it sooner. Just they will be there, and we can talk about it whenever you get some free time. Boolean updated during initial trace setup, or if our trace origin component is valid. Same thing, but for forward vector component. Forward vector. The timer handle or the interaction trace used to stop the interaction trace. Sweet Gwendolyn, thanks for the follow. Happy Thursday. Okay, that section is done. How you doing? Oh my god, so many variables to write descriptions for. But it's better if we do it. Better if we do it. The smart thing to do. Let's just fix the spaces on these. How's it going, Augur? How we doing today? We are doing sometimes well, sometimes not. Nah, it's a good day. We're vibing today. It's kind of a boring day because we're just working on the plugin, but we'll finish it up today. We'll have the documentation done today, hopefully. And then we can jump in next week with something new. I don't know what yet. I have to check up with Rex about how our 3D models are doing and whether or not we can try to model the first room again. So I'll check with him on the weekend about that. If not, then we can just jump into something else while he's finishing that up. But the good news is today we'll have the interaction plugin finished. I don't know if I want to post it on Fab though. I have pretty low self-esteem with regards to that and whether or not I think people will find it useful. Did you not do the Star Creator thing yesterday? Ultimately, we did do it. It was very fast to do. But it is here. Our lighting has changed it a bit. It's a bit darker. But there's our star. A little bit close. I'm not sure if I want to place it, you know, higher up so that it looks far away. It is a big fuck off sun. Kuakua sits much closer to its star Batsu than our sun, so it appears about 30 times larger in the sky than our sun appears to us. So it'll be very noticeable. But the good news is you'll be able to see it from inside the shaft like this with the direct light coming down. That should be pretty fun. And then as you get higher in the shaft, you'll see more and more of it. That should be pretty cool. Art scope is going to be pretty big. It will be pretty big. Yes. That's why we are releasing in early access. So our goal is to have, for sure, these sets of rooms done for early access, and maybe level 5, but I'm not sure about that. It depends on how fast we can get things done. But it is very possible we might need to hire another 3D artist. It is going to be a lot. It is going to be a lot. Should we rename these to like interaction trace shape? Maybe we'll just leave that as it is, because it is shoved into a category of its own. Shape that the interaction trace should take. the length of the trace to multiply by the forward vector. The radius of the shape or of the trace only works or only updates, I don't know, only relevant if the trace shape is a sphere. Did I spell relevant correctly? Relevant. Yes, okay. The trace channel to use for the interaction trace. In most cases, you'll want to stick with visibility. Whether or not to trace based on complex collision or just simple. Array of actor objects to, or objects for the trace to ignore can be updated at runtime with the update actors to ignore function. Yeah, I do worry about the art scope. It is big. I can only tell you that Rex and I are like really conscious of making sure that we build out the necessary modular components first and are not going to release an early access too soon. We need to have like complete assurances and a really good time frame of how long it's going to take to make a new level, and really good understanding of what's going to be in that new level before we even launch an early access. You know, because the moment we launch an early access, we have to provide a time frame. We have to provide a release roadmap. And if we fuck that up at any time point, if we say 3 months but it takes us 6 months, distrust. And you know, it's not the end of the world, but I don't want to have to delay if I don't, we don't have to help it. It'll be tough. Yeah, someone does need to build it. Someone does. Version stop of the level art takes the most time. My goal, and you're not wrong, I'm not denying anything that you're saying, but my goal is to build the early access with all of the technical aspects of the game already pretty much finished. So, like we'll have all of our options, all of the the menus set up, sounds, at least for the levels that we have built, will be there. You're not wrong that somebody needs to set it up. We intend to use some of the funds that we make to hire a level designer immediately to take that away from me, because I won't have enough time to do it. And possibly hire another 3D artist. That's in my mind as we speak. It's just I don't have the money to do it right now. But we're building up asset lists right now. And I know that we are going to be building out the blockouts for levels before we start like building them out. We might even release blockout levels as part of like a beta branch on Steam, so that people can play the blockouts before playing the final versions. I'd be really interested in allowing that, because I think that's pretty fun and a good way to get some testing. Should the interaction trace ignore... Well, ignore self if the trace is fired from the component, and ignore self is usually meant to ignore the... Well, should be fun. It should be fun. Sir James Fry did not mean to sound alarmist. No, trust me, if anybody's an alarmist, it's me. But it's good to ask that. Yes, you're right. I can only hope that we make enough money. I can only hope, because it's not going to be cheap to hire people. And, you know, once we hire people, it's going to be like, well, I don't want to fire them, but we need to keep them, you know, fed and keep the bacon coming on their tables. It won't be easy. Trace origin component. Configuration enum for setting up which component will be used as the origin to fire the trace from, or the interaction trace from. If trace origin component type is set to... It is bone socket, right? Or skeletal mesh socket. Which socket name should we use? And that'll be the same thing for the forward vector too. Okay, configuration enum for setting up which component will be used. How do I word that? Configuration enum for setting up which component will have its forward vector grabbed. To use in the interaction trace. That's better. Are the trace origin and forward vector components the same? If so, you need only configure the trace origin component. Alright, those should be done. And last but not least, interaction input action timing. Should we fire the input action for interaction when the interaction button is initially pressed, or when it is released? Okay, all the variables should have descriptions. On to dispatchers. Let's get these in categories too. trace control. We have trace stopped. Interaction hit. I don't like that because that's on the interaction trace hit, not on interaction. Well, interaction itself is fired from the actor component, not from the player component. That probably should say interaction trace hit. I'm gonna rename those. Interaction trace hit. Success. Interaction trace hit failure. Trace hit fire once. We'll put updated actors to ignore in trace config. Interaction trace allowance updated. Trace config. I just might break some things because of renaming. I could probably fix that just by closing and restarting. Let's do that. If you change the names of the dispatchers, it can fuck things up. Alright, trace restarted. Dispatcher that fires whenever the trace is deliberately stopped and restarted. One's just for stopped. Trace setup finished. Dispatcher that fires when the setup of the interaction trace is finished. It's kind of redundant. I mean, it should be relatively... It's a good thing. It's a good thing if your description kind of sounds like the name of your dispatcher, because then that just means that your dispatcher has a good name. And so, yeah, fine. I don't think most people check descriptions anyway, so more importantly, variable name is correct, but we're going to add description anyway. Dispatcher that fires when the interaction traces actors to ignore have been updated. It was too short to write descriptions. Yeah, tell that to the code architect. Interaction traces allowance has been updated. That's literally me. I have my own views about certain coding practices. I do think there is a hyper fetishization of modular code. I'm gonna be real. you know, I think of it this way. Pretty much every game that I make is like a first or third person game. Pretty much every game that I make has interaction. Therefore, it's good to have interaction modular. I don't believe that I'm going to make another platforming game. I don't need to make my platforms into some modular plugin. Could I do it? Sure. But I'll do that like after the game is finished so that we can, I don't know, sell it on Fab or something, right? For people who want some quick and easy to use platforms. I don't think everything needs to be modular. Only if you feel like you're going to use it in the future. Dispatcher that fires every time the interaction trace finishes. I should add, no matter if we have successfully hit an interactable object or not. Use an interaction library from Fab for the game, and I wholly regretted it, so what you're doing makes perfect sense. Refactoring what I have will be painful. Do you think what I have built is... Number one, did you pay money for that? And number two, do you think mine is better or worse than what you have? I've seen some on Fab that are, you know, like they have item highlights and everything, but they're very... They're like, if you use this, you have to use like all of this really rigid architecture for it, and I just have the trace. I have the trace and a component for an actor. You put the player component on the player, you tell it what kind of trace you want, and you put the actor component on any actor that you want. That's my plugin. And so in that way, you can then customize whatever code you want for actors. If you want like a highlight, that's up to you to add. If you want a tooltip, that's up to you to add. But this is just the interaction, the back-end code for firing a trace and handling an input. That was pretty simple considering the Fab link, but it's horrible performance as it uses scene components with world widgets for everything. I can have 100 plus world widgets. Render targets at once in the world. Jesus Christ, a world widget for everything. I mean, does it even... Interesting. You think it sounds good? I appreciate that. If it makes sense and you will need a widget of some sorts, just reuse them and you'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, you probably will, right? Like a tooltip or something. I have my current tooltip working on... I have a fire once, so whenever we initially hover over something, this is firing to... This is separate, by the way. This is just for this project. But I have this firing to an MVVM, which then updates this widget. So performance, generally speaking, when we are hovering over something should be... I mean, this is like the game stat. We have... pretty much no change in performance between hovering and non-hovering something. You look at organized BPs? Thank you for that. Everything in categories, rarely see that here on Twitch. I'm gonna be honest, I rarely do it myself either. And I gotta get in the mindset of doing it. I feel like if I make a plugin, I need to do this, especially if I'm going to, like, you know, pan this around and or even sell it. If I don't have this, I feel like it would be a waste of anybody's money. And then also we need to have documentation too that we can put out into like a PDF somewhere like this. Yeah, add replication to it probably, and I don't know what the fuck to do with that. It is definitely for single player only, so I wouldn't sell it yet. Customizable interaction. That is nice. You could add that with common UI though. Oh god, I already hate it because they do the stupid vertical stacking. Ugh. You hate the vertical. Thank you, thank you. I have explicit documentation that for like blueprinting guidelines. And one of them was fixing Epic's own Stackobot function here. It's wild to me that they release this to people to learn from. And their blueprints look like this. But I fixed it up. I wish I could get paid fixing up their blueprints. That'd be nice. Data table support. That's pretty good. Why is it unoptimized, Augurum? I mean, I know it creates the world widget. Why does it not create that locally when you hover? And then, you know, delete it when you unhover? Get those long spaghetti through the entire executive path function? So unnecessary. Render widgets on the screen, what this makes it in the world. I feel like if I were going to display a widget though, I would literally just have the widget get built on demand when you hover over an item. And then it just removes that. Because that would be pretty easy to do. Widgets interactions in the world's a lot worse than having to populate them on demand. Yeah, it really is. You know you're only going to hover one thing at a time, so I mean loading up what, like a tiny little image for interaction should not be a big deal. Weird. You have 3 to 4 showing at the same time. Uh-huh, okay. But you can only interact with one at a time, right? Not multiple? You're close enough, a little pop-up shows, and if you bring your mouse close to the center, it shows the interaction. Okay. I think, you know, something I did similarly was for the immersive sim toolkit. I wonder if this would have a similar problem as what you're describing. But I do things a little bit differently for the interactables here. So we do have this world space widget that's on each actor. However, we disable tick on the actors when you get out of range. Physics is sub-step, so physics is separate, but the actor itself will, and this is configurable on individual items, which I think would assist. Perhaps when too many things are in range of the player, then there might be a problem, but Yeah. We completely, as far as I remember, we completely stopped rendering the world space widget, but also stopped ticking the actors. We can see the blueprint time going up to 11, but then it pops back down. So it for sure would have a problem if there's like, I don't know, 200 items within range of the player. But we are gonna optimize that by making those C++ anyway. That's a known performance boost that we can get from nativizing that. Oh. Am I really gonna miss both shots today? Come on. Can even reuse it, like have only one widget always there and attach it to where it's needed. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Especially if you don't want to like load it. Missed both, unfollow. I can't wait till we get back to this project because I really want to make an immersive sim. I was thinking maybe I could grab the throwing from this and port it over to Redlock. It would be a little bit awkward in third person though, but we could do it. But I don't know what we would have that would be throwable. Just pre-standard as far as I know, that will never cause performance issues. HUD widget is simple. I hope so. And you make pretty blueprint code. I didn't always. I did not always make pretty blueprint code. Dispatcher that fires when the interaction trace successfully hits an actor that not incorporates, implements. BPC simple player interaction actor. I had a chat with SAB, the defense company, yesterday, and I don't think I'll go through with the application. I literally have to work with Gripin training software. What is Gripin training software? When do we fire the dispatcher on failure? That's only if we don't hit anything. Okay, dispatcher that fires if the interaction trace does not hit any object. There's not fires when the interaction trace successfully hits an actor. This dispatcher only fires once and on the initial hit. Interaction trace hit success will fire every tick of the interaction trace. Supersonic multi-role fighter plane. Oh shit. Well, I will never shame anybody for standing by their morals, because in this day and age, I don't see a lot of people doing that. And values untested are no values at all. Are we missing anything from this, or have we got all of this updated? I think we have everything updated here. Functions have comments and descriptions. Macro has description, function, or a comment. Variables have descriptions and are set to private where necessary. Dispatchers all have descriptions, even though you can't see those descriptions technically anywhere, I think. Yeah, you can't actually see those descriptions anywhere. It'll be good for documentation. Local variables would be nice. I don't know if we use local variables anywhere. No. Not anywhere here, which is pretty surprising. And then our event graph looks good too. Okay. Let's make wrapper functions. Let's make all the functions we need. What's up, Bungin? How you doing today? Does actor implement interaction? This could probably be a peer function. Is the stream music tied to the same audio filters as your mic? Aim to cut off at low volume bits. No. No, I shouldn't have any. Because it's all running through my capture card. And I don't have any filters on my capture card. Interesting. Can anybody else verify that? Sounds fine to you? Weird. Yeah, it shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, you know what? I was thinking that we shouldn't return the component. I'm going to return the component. They're in mobile. I can double check, but I know, I'm pretty sure I don't have any filters on the Elgato input. It'd be very weird. Definitely shouldn't be there if there is. Simple player interaction actor object reference. If you hear it, yeah, make a clip. I mean, maybe it was just really quiet because I do have it pretty low. Actor does implement, not interface, get component of class. Actor, do a validity check. A little bit of wire spaghetti there, but that's fine. We're just doing a Maybe I'll change this to just simply get actor simple interaction component. We'll put that in simple player interaction. Sure, we'll put that in core. Okay, that one's pretty good. Update actor interactable status. Actually, let's make a note of everything we want here. For sure that. Wrapper functions for stop interaction trace. Restart interaction trace. Maybe you doing everything with BP? Yeah, for now. Some things will be nativized into C++, but that'll be at a future point. And we'll just take the highest ticket items first of what's causing the most latency on the game thread. Our game is not going to be CPU bound though, I can tell you that with certainty. GPU optimizations will be a lot more important than CPU optimizations. What does setup interaction trace run? Oh, that probably shouldn't manually be called. Let's set that to private. Update actors to ignore. Update interaction trace allowance. I'll do one for get current interaction trace status. And we'll have two outputs for this. Let's do B. Trace allowed. And B. Timer active. I can do is valid timer handle, but I think I want to check is it running? Is timer active? Quick getter function for grabbing the status of the interaction trace. And we can make that peer. Here we go. Is there anything else we would want? Update interaction trace allowance. I don't think so. Stop restart would be like trace control. Although, you know, what I don't like about restart is that it does the setup again. I would rather that stop and restart just pause the timer. Ah, fuck. I might do a little refactor on that. Might do a little refactor. We can either have, there's like 3 things we could do here. Currently we have a boolean, so that even if the timer is running and that boolean is set to false, the trace just won't fire, but the timer is still running. So, paused but not really paused, right? We can pause and unpause the timer by handle. That would be fine. We know it pauses when the game is paused anyway too, so that's a little bit of a softer way to control it. Stopping will completely kill the handle. And restarting right now currently reruns the setup. That's good if the player ever is, you know, if the character as an object is ever destroyed, we can run that restart interaction trace. Which of course would happen anyway because we have begin play running the setup again, so that should kind of already be handled. But I digress. I don't know which one to do. Are there any points that we would want to completely kill the interaction trace handle? I can't imagine any gameplay scenario where we would want to do that. Where we couldn't just pause the timer. So I could change stop over to... I could change stop over to pause the handle and restart to unpause the handle. And of course we can have fail safes in place if we're trying to stop the trace. We're trying to pause the trace but the handle is not valid. And restart but it's not valid. Those would be errors because, well, the trace should be valid. And then we can make another function for like rerun setup of interaction trace, which will kill the handle, rerun setup, and restart the handle. I mean, that's kind of related to our setup interaction trace, which right now, okay, that's private. That's fine. Restart would be the initial interaction setup. which would stop the interaction trace, but we want to kill the interaction trace here. We wouldn't want all four, would we? Like pause, unpause. Kill the timer and restart the timer. I suppose more functionality doesn't hurt here. Pause interaction trace, unpause. Stop and restart. Let's change the trace setup. This is fine, we'll do trace stopped. That's okay there. Restart interaction trace. It does need to run through setup again. In which case I might move a lot of the event checks here to just simply the function. Let's do that. Let's delete that. This needs to be run first. We'll fix up the comments. Move that down. Okay, that'll work. A little bit more space though here. Restart will have to Just stop the interaction trace. Rerun the setup. Call restart. I believe this only runs stop if we actually successfully have a timer by function that's valid. Yeah, anomalies. So stop should be fine. Restart will first check if we have a valid timer. Stop it, rerun setup, which restarts the timer as part of that, printing an error if the setup fails at all. Update, these should be fine and don't need to be touched. Rerun setup can just run. Honestly, do we even need that if we have restart? Is there anything that rerun setup would do differently? No. So fuck that. Pause interaction trace. Well, let's see if the timer is active. We don't care about the trace being allowed. That's not relevant in this case. We only care if the timer is active. If not, then pause will do nothing. We can add a dispatcher for interaction trace paused. Oh, we just have that as trace paused. I don't like that. I'm calling it interaction trace paused. Today's a happy day. Why is today a happy day? And then we'll do interaction trace unpause. You had a breakthrough and you weren't sick. That is a good day. What were you stuck on? Pause timer by handle. Actually, we should check if it's paused. Because I think timer active will just check. Actually, do I know this? Is timer active? Just if it exists and is active. It should be fine then, because I assume that pausing it will return false for active. I'm assuming. Need to find a career coach. I need to figure out how to get out of the current hell I'm in. What's the current hell you're in? Had a localization issues with 1-year-old UI spaghetti code. Finally made it work. Oof. From experience, I know what UI spaghetti code feels like. And it's one of the worst places to have spaghetti code. Been in the same place for 15 years and I haven't interviewed or anything, so it's kind of scary getting out of it. I haven't interviewed or anything in that time. That is pretty worrying. Oh, with strings instead of text. Yeah, I've been there. I've made that mistake before. I've made a common UI plugin for like super simple common UI stuff that I'm pretty excited to like finish up at the end of this project and release out or use in the future. Simple stuff like I can't do it here. Do it here though, I think. Or not. Very easy just to like add widget to the screen. And if it's a menu, it will pull input from the player and put it on the menu. If there's multiple menus open, it will put input on the right menu. Super nice and easy. Or a resume, Jesus. Are you in game dev NetIp, or are you looking for like software dev stuff? Who's on to 5 to 10 small projects? Oh man. Oh man. Do we print out? No, it should be fine. It should be fine. Unpause timer. Return. Do we think we would want to throw out like a soft error if the interaction trace was attempted to be unpaused when it's already unpaused? Unsure how to feel about that. It's where you're learning game dev, but I look at that industry. I'm gonna be honest, game dev is fucking horrendous. You'll be lucky if you work for years in game dev and make, I don't know, a fraction of what you would have made in the same time working a more stable job that is also less stressful. I hate to say it. Nobody's getting a job, not even seniors at the moment. You could have 10 years of experience and just get ghosted from every interview that you hand out. There's no junior jobs available, and junior jobs still require that you have years of experience or completed projects. It's horrible. You have more of a chance to get attacked by a shark than you do to become a successful game dev these days. Yeah, it's horrible. Like Anomalies has made games. Like, he's good. He's great. He wouldn't be hired because there's tons of people with more experience than he and me combined also not getting jobs and having better resumes or more connections. And God forbid you live in any Western country where you would like make some decent money. They wouldn't hire you because they can just hire somebody from a cheaper country who knows good enough English to do the job, and yeah, sucks. I can't bullshit and lie. Better to get hired. I was in game dev, haven't tried to find a different job, but I'm certain I couldn't find anything. Hey, if you're stable right now, count your blessings. Cause yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, people from big AAA companies are getting laid off. Someplace just, I mean, unfortunately, everybody, working on High Guard is now looking for a job, so yeah, that's pretty bad. Whatever you think of High Guard, those are some pretty talented people that are now looking for jobs again. Doing game dev is better, like become a YouTuber now? Can't rely on it as a paying job? No. Nope. I won't say who. There's somebody who came into the stream before and I was following his game development. And he just released his game. And it's been getting amazing reviews. Really, really great reviews. He has already made about 40,000 US dollars from that net, but that's still before taxes that he would have to pay. And he was working on the game for 4 years. He made a game. He released it. It's gotten great reviews. He's actually gotten quite a lot of downloads on it. But 4 years of work for 40,000 before taxes. I hope his week 1 and week 2 sales will be great. There will be a little bit of a trickle after that, but you know, just think about that. Yeah, I can only say he's in Europe. He's in Europe, in a Western European country. So, yeah. I won't mention it. Like, I'm not shitting on him, by the way. Like, he made a game. It's gotten amazing reviews. It looks really fun, and I really like him. I just don't want to... I don't want to make it sound like I'm shitting on him, because it's like... Dude, he's making money. He's made more money than I have in the last 4 years. A lot more money. He deserves it. It's just that's kind of the unfortunate reality is... You can pour your heart into it. I hope it doesn't sound like it. I'm not trying to, like... I mean, he shared his numbers publicly on stream, right? I can only tell you that. And I saw that yesterday, and I'm like, dude, finally, because his game looked amazing. But 40,000 for 4 years of dev? What are my chances in that case? Because I don't think my game is better than his. To be fair, his game is still less than a week old, right? And he's going to make most of his money within first couple weeks. Unless there's some, big content update. And I do hope that he does that and continues to, build upon it and build upon it. But yeah, it's after taxes, that's not going to be very much. But he succeeded. He made his game. He made his game. Okay, unpauses. Pauses. We do have a dispatcher firing on that. You can honestly made a game too. Asking me why and asking it, is it worth it? That's not shitting him. That's just facts. Questioning that any of us. I'll be honest. When I get home and I lay in bed, I have like a crisis every fucking night these days. I really do. The average game dev experience of I have to go to bed early because I need to have a crisis of realizing that I need to sell some, X amount of copies to actually make this worth it. And it's not like I can pay myself back pay for all the years that I put in. I've been working with Microraptor, on my company here for 3 years. Even a modest salary before taxes, modest, mind you, like somebody with my position and experience would get paid a lot more even here in Poland. But if I paid myself 6,000 zloty a month, that's not US dollars, zloty, Polish zloty. It'll be about 4 years when we release this finally. divided by about 3.5 to convert to USD, I would have to pay myself about 80,000 US dollars to back pay. There's no way that I can do that. I'd rather make 80,000 and spend it on finishing the game. But 80,000 is still a lot of copies before taxes. I mean, assuming we sell at 15 a piece, right? That's still over 5,000 copies. That's a lot of copies. What's up, Imperial? You think the same thing? I know it sounds doomer when I recommend to people not to get into game dev, but really it's... just don't. Not right now. Or just keep it as a hobby, you know? Work somewhere much safer, much more stable, and do this as a hobby. Especially that fires whenever the interaction race timer gets successfully paused. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta pee, and I gotta turn off my heater. One sec, and then I'll read stuff. Type anything in chat you want me to read. BRB. Thought about going into electrical, was not getting code burnout. Yeah, that's pretty smart. It's pretty smart. Yeah, it's tough being a game dev these days. And you know, unfortunately, it just means that there's more YouTube gurus trying to sell you a bunch of snake oil, telling you how to make a successful game. Never true. Never listen to any of that. Tough to be a human these days. I can't disagree with that one. You cry a little in the bathroom like I do? Every day is a struggle, man. I have no guarantee that there's going to be any success, and I can only try my best. I mean, I could try selling. I think we have enough to get our company valued at maybe, I don't know, a couple 100,000 maximum. We could probably get valuated at that. And we could, yeah, we could like, you know, sell 40% of the company or something and, you know, gain a little bit of money to work with. It's just, it wouldn't be that much. And then we don't control the whole company. Get a publishing agreement and suckle on the teat of some publisher that isn't going to do proper marketing for us. Never walk away with anything because of a recuperation clause. It's just there's no way to actually like get started in indie dev with any guarantee of anything. Pretty bad. Okay, this should not be relevant. Should we check on setup interaction trace if we have an active timer? And if so, maybe just stop it before continuing? Because restart just runs stop and then setup. So maybe that'll be a little bit safer. Alright, let's see here. Let's reconfigure the comments on this. Checks if the trace is active, just as a failsafe, and stops it if so. Grabs the owning character for referencing. I spelled referencing wrong. Grabs and caches, maybe. Usually in the middle of a kitchen with a bag of Doritos and 2 liters of Coke. I actually had to stop buying Pepsi because it's too expensive now. Generic Pepsi is too expensive. Like Biedronka brand, if you're familiar with Poland, Biedronka brand Coca-Cola. So now I just buy some water flavoring things and caffeine capsules. And I mix those together like an alchemical concoction. Anything to increase my already high heart rate from panic attacks. If both components are valid, start the trace function, timer. If not, log an error. Alchemist my own product. Hey, productivity actually, we are ahead of schedule so far with our milestone. Our milestone ends at the end of the month, and we are pretty much done with the milestone already. I don't think that's gonna, keep up. But we are ahead of schedule at the moment. Just turn lead to gold, man. I wish I could. Or buying the syrup only and just mixing it with carbonated water. Maybe? I know that this is pretty cheap, what I'm doing now. This ends up being less than €1 per 1.5 liters, which is pretty nice. And I get lots of caffeine from it. And it's water. And there's no sugar. You're hungry with all this talk of food. Pick me up some pretzels. Okay, that'll be pretty good. Then we can have stop and restart, and then we don't need that. Pause interaction trace, unpause interaction trace. I'll use the same categories for the BPFL. Trace management. Move that down to trace setup. This will be trace setup. Trace core. We'll have two as well. We'll have update actor interactable status and then one for getting actor interactable status. And these can be trace or just like, let's say, simple player interaction. Core, set up trace management, and then actor interaction. Okay, that'll work. Hopefully I haven't missed something. Okay. Get current interaction trace status. Why? Is that because it's a peer function? That is not going to poop out those two booleans for me. Do we need that to be pure? We don't need that to be pure. Okay, get interaction trace status. Why is that still being a dick? Oh, because I'm calling. I see the issue. I was calling the own BPFL function and not this. So it might have worked as okay. Hold on. There we go. That's better. Alright, return node, trace allowed, timer active. These are just wrappers for easier calling, but of course you can bypass that and just grab the component directly. Not a big deal. We assume validity. Let's not assume that. There'll be a little bit of spaghetti here. If we want, we can kind of clean that up a little bit. We'll put a print in this function for if that's not active. Oh, I do that. Okay, and that won't run multiple times. That'll just, you know, I don't need to duplicate the print in here, for instance. We'll just let that fail. Okay, what's the next one we need? We need all of the trace management. Stop interaction trace. Not that one, idiot. Yeah, that'll work. We'll copy the descriptions over too once we're done, because the descriptions will be the same here as they would be on the BPC, except that there's a couple of new functions here in the library. Those will need new descriptions, but the other ones we can just copy. Okay, restart interaction trace. Pause interaction trace. Unpause interaction trace. Update interaction trace allowance. I think that'll need a Boolean input. B, allow interaction trace. Do we want to... I'm going to rename that in the BPC. Just that Boolean. To allow interaction. Just keep that. The same moving forward. Okay. Alright, that's all that category. We have one for setup, which is update actors to ignore. And that'll be array of actor object references. Or what if you create a macro in your BPFL that's kind of validated get for the simple interaction component with 2 executive paths for valid and not valid? Could be cleaner, just random idea. Macro in your BPFL. Validated to give for simple 2 exec paths. It's not a bad idea. I have a weird fetish with pure functions though, as quick grabbers. But you're right that like it does make it a little bit more. I like doing like this stuff in other functions, like, oh, I just need the component so I can fire a a quick function, right? On that. I kind of do that. Yeah. I kind of would. It would be nice to have 2. I don't know. I don't know. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I wish that there was like a way to turn this into one with like the validation. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It'd be kind of weird to have 2 though, like, get component here and then get component with validation branching. I think you can only do it with macros. You might be right. I've never actually really checked. I don't think. Yeah, I think it's only with macros. I mean, I could make a macro library. Just created my enhanced input config script to all input action keys setup trigger, but held is throwing the color debug message for release, and release is never appearing whatsoever. All your input action keys setup trigger. but held is throwing the color debug message for released. Do you have them properly set up for the correct action? Like requirements? So there's a bit of a difference where in here you would have to set up triggers. Or like, should they be held down? Because then they handle the events differently based on that. I just spilled some on my, oops. Give me a code real quick if you tell me if you see anything wrong. Go for it. Go for it. I'll load up a project 2 where I have the held trigger, just so I can double check. I don't think I have that set up anywhere on here. That is set up. Okay, just 2 left. Update actor interactable status and then get actor interactable status. Update actor interactable status. And that'll be an actor interaction. So we need an actor input for this. We should be able to just send the message. This one. There we go. That's better. Okay, update actor interactable status and then get actor interactable status. And 2 pics through DMs. Hopefully one of them is of your dick. Let me see. Oh! Actual code, huh? You want me to look at the actual code? This will be... I'll take all of my insights with a grain of salt then, because I'm not the greatest at reading code. Are you creating the input action through code? And what did you say is the issue happening? All input action keys set up trigger, but held is throwing the color debug message for released. And released is never appearing whatsoever. Started, completed, and triggered. Oh, I see the colors here, okay. Red is unpressed, blue is released, green is held. Did you... Just correct me if I'm wrong. Did you set up the input action with... Where the fuck is it? Okay, it's not here. Where is it? Oh, you want... Maybe I overrode it in the... You did say they have like the... You did mention trigger. They need to have specifically the held trigger. I don't remember where I put it. At least I thought they did. Maybe I'm crazy? I see bomb-shaped object. Oh, wait, hold on. I know where it is. I made this into a component. So I might be running this all through the component. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe you don't need to... Physics interaction, interact. Start interaction, end interaction. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Started, triggered, canceled, completed. Yeah, this thing is a fucking monster. Mostly dispatchers, though. Just a lot of dispatchers. For tossing. Grab, drop, item, interact. Okay, I am wrong. You don't need to do that. Okay, let me go back now that I understand what I did before again. Held is throwing the color debug message for release. Do you mean triggered? What is your hold firing on? Trigger complete cancel not equal to key released. All keys work if I press red shows up. If I hold blue shows up. Green never shows up. Green is your input tag held. Am I stupid? Why am I missing which input tag that is? I mean, assuming that this is pressed and released, which is started and completed, then green is triggered, right? And so green is never showing up for it being held down. These colors are confusing me. Blue should be green. Can we? The colors are confusing me. I don't know if this will help. Okay, I don't know if this will help. I'm going to pick it up. It's on my E key. I press E, which fires started once. While holding down, it fires triggered. Completed is when I lift up the key. I assume that you probably have whatever you are doing set up pretty similarly, right? Hey dude, how's it going, Mark? My hold blue shows up. What's your blue again? Your blue is on released. Maybe something else is eating your input? Is there any reason why you can't set up the input action in blueprints? Or like set up the asset in editor at least? I'm definitely not the right person to ask about code, though. An attribute ability text reference through maps and keys, and then they would only fire through input action. I mean, maybe it's something to do not with the input action itself, but it's something like the gas is preventing you from doing, or something is being triggered incorrectly through gas. And I thought for a second that you need to have specific setup for holding down. I was wrong about that. Everything here is default, and there's no trigger or modifier set up here at all. It's just a regular old input action and mapping. So from my perspective, I don't see something wrong, but I am not the right person to ask for that. All I see here is pressed, started, released, completed, held, triggered. That looks fine to me. And these are just your colors. Yeah, the event node handles all that, yeah. I think your issue's with gas, not with your input action. I think your input action looks fine to me. Just don't quote me on it, because I'm not a C++ guy. Sleep sounds pretty good. Maybe you'll wake up and have an epiphany. Cry in your shower a bit in the morning. Figure it out. 15 hours of work is never not gonna. It's never a good idea. Don't do that. Yeah, lay down and try to cry a lot. We can make this peer, right? The actor interactable status. Let's do it. I press the button. Get current interaction trace status. That can be peer. These two are peer. Yeah, sorry I can't be more help. But honestly, from my own use case of held and interactions and everything looks fine to me. I got some backup too. Code reading god. Made a Flappy Bird clone yesterday. Very nice. The colors working. Yeah, but blue is supposed to be green. We'll just go the Asmongold route. Windex is on the desk. Why does he have Windex on his desk? What was the story behind him putting Windex on there? Alright, let's copy over all of the functions that we'll have. I think all of these are wrappers, right? The only three that aren't wrappers are these grabbers. Kind of. He bathes with it, he legit showers with Windex rather than okay. Yeah, that's just him memeing. Grabs a napkin, sprays Windex, and wipes down like a baby. There's clips. There's no fucking way there's clips of him just wiping down with a Windex. He's gotta be doing that for the memes. That'd be really funny though if true. YouTube $1,000 crypto. I think he's a moron. I think he's a moron about some stuff, but to be honest, I think everybody's a moron about certain things. I like some of his takes, I don't like others. I wish he played more games and talked less about politics, but what can you do? He makes most of his money from the politics. Understandable. Helped ruin Diablo 4 and could have prevented me from having a crisis with colors and keybinds. I miss him playing games. Like he played that that World War I game recently. That was pretty great. And his Resident Evil playthrough was enjoyable too. It's just like, I have so many things going on in my life. I really don't want to watch some, you know, a million videos about some war in Iran. I don't have the mental capacity to focus on all that stuff right now. These are for the BPI. Update interactable status. Get interactable status. Update actors to ignore. Update interaction trace allowance. Hey, WoW players that turn up every up-and-coming game into WoW and it's a shell of the previous IP iterations. 9 damage types in Diablo 4. It's fucking sad. Plays that shit. It was like Megan Fox's OnlyFans. All I can say is the more that I see of the WoW community, the less that I would ever want to load up WoW. And that's not everybody, of course, but there is a very vocal part of most MMOs, especially older ones, that are just really toxic. I played Star Citizen of all things. I had a fun time playing Star Citizen, but I complained about the performance of the game. And holy shit, did every single Star Citizen player come out of the woodwork to complain about me complaining about the performance of a game that could not even manage to get a stable frame rate. And I still had fun. I still had fun with the game. Because, you know, a few frame drops here and there, it's like, oop, there's a hitch, whatever. It is janky. It is very janky. It does crash. It is not the most stable. You do lose progression on crashing the game. And I'm, you know, like I said, I played the game and I still enjoyed it. When the game crashed, I would load it back up. I would continue playing. I am way more forgiving than most players. I promise you. And if I see these problems and I can't hold a stable frame rate with my NASA PC, or if I'm crashing and losing progress and still having fun or continuing, imagine that the game released. People will eat that game alive. Two communities you despise are WoW and Rocket League. They just did a recent update. Now learning game dev, I realized the update that was pushed today had a massive UI visual bug from a new feature, and I hit up streamers with an audience to try to get the community to speak about it. I was treated like a leper. Like, fine, enjoy the bots and bugs. I don't want to hear any complaints. They banned you from speaking for saying, hey man, there's an issue I want to talk about. Free content banned. What are you gonna do? Visit a planet that has never been explored by anyone? Find human ruined shit. But, Mark, on the other side of things, if you load up Starfield and visit a planet with nothing on it, like a moon, people get upset. I'm sorry, but like, people who play space games need to understand that they can't have their cake and eat it too. Either you go the Mass Effect route, and you only land on things where there's actual content, or you have moons and planets that have never been visited or inhabited or civilized, and you should expect to find nothing there. Pick or choose, because, you know, you're going with hard sci-fi lore. Only one of those things can be true. Gets the current interaction trace allowance from BPC simple player interaction player. Actually gets the current interaction trace allowance and timer status. I think someone should go the space Ultima route. Everything is finite, player generated / established. You could do that. Isn't Eve kind of like that? Attempts to find a BPC simple player interaction actor component on a given actor reference. Returning a ref if found. I've got my space schemes mixed up there. There was Starfield. Oh yeah, Starfield. Starfield, did they on the moons? I think there were some moons in Starfield that were completely empty, and people complained about them, that there wasn't any content there. I was like, well, yeah, it's a moon. It's got resources. Like, the point is that you can establish your outpost there if you want. Printing a ref if found, and printing an error if not. Okay, I don't really think that any of these are complex enough to need comments because the description is kind of the comment on its own. And most of them are just wrappers. So I think that should be fine. BPC should be fine from everything I know. I don't think it's worth adding in enum descriptions to these, but we can do it because why not? Yeah, I agree. I think they're simple. It's a little bit of overkill just to put a comment on there. That would say the same thing as the description itself anyway. Enum used to tell the interaction input action which button state to use for firing the input. Component to check for when setting up the interaction trace, both trace origin and forward vector setup use this. Actually, it's specifically scene component. Use this enum. Comments aren't for you just now. They're for future you if you choose a Muppet. Well, future me can read the description of the function because it says everything that it needs to say. I'm not against comments. I'm just against the comment when it says the same thing as the blueprint description, as the function description would say. A little redundant. Kingdom to control which trace we use for interaction. It should be everything. That should be absolutely everything that needs to be here. Totally finished. Now we need documentation. It's only cinema once we finish the documentation. But we can probably copy some of this stuff. For sure I can copy the... I can probably copy some of this stuff and just rewrite it. That'll save myself a little bit of time. I need to upload this to our Google Drive. Is this the right setup though? Let's just double check. Requires enhanced input. Interaction. Nothing else is really necessary. It's pretty good to me. Using source control? Yes, we are using plastic. Hey, take care, Oxymund. Have a nice sleep and hope you get to wake up and fix your problem. Is there any reason why that's nested? I think I can just do it this way. It is, plastic is actually Unity's source control, but it has native support with Unreal. And it's quite nice. Very nice branch visualizer. Very easy to switch between workspaces and everything too. You can self... It might not be self-hosted. I mean, we don't self-host, but I don't know if it supports self-hosting. Only on enterprise licensing. How much space? Good question. I think it gives you up to 25 for free. They might have increased that though. Or removed the... I think they changed it recently. Oh yeah, free is 25. and then you just pay additional for per gigabyte usage. There's compute stuff too, but we don't do that, of course. Just the cloud storage. Yeah, take care, Ogrim. I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow, so I'll see you on Monday if you're not back. Yeah, well, I'm gonna be here tomorrow doing work, but I'm not gonna be streaming. I can recommend plastic. If you have like fewer than 3 team members, it's great, or like 3 or fewer, because then I don't know. For most projects, 25 gigabytes is a lot of storage. You know, you don't have to worry too much about it. If you have like a larger team, though, it might get a little bit more expensive because they do increase the price per user, active monthly user. Okay, the simple player interaction plugin is an easy to use plugin that enables an interaction trace on the player offering a bit of configuration for origin, forward vector, and trace type. Using Azure, it's unlimited space and 5 users for free tier, and it's Git, my personal pet project. That's pretty nice. I know too, is Azure AWS? Because I know that there's an option with a really horribly named company called i3D, which has storage that is about 80 to 90% cheaper than Amazon. I don't know what Microsoft charges though. Ironically enough, this is actually a Ubisoft company. But they run their own game servers through this. And they have storage and compute servers. They're like super crazy cheap. I don't know if I have prices. I think you'd have to like specifically get a quote. But I did talk to somebody from them, and it's pretty nice. A bare metal cloud. I think this is what I was clicking on though. But if you have like a bigger project or a team, I think that's a pretty nice solution. Then you don't have to rely on some super expensive solution for it. Trace the player, offering a bit of configuration for origin forward vector. The plugin will work with first and third person camera setups. With configuration options for most common camera types. Plugins. Okay. Upload that. I don't care if you guys download that. Doesn't really matter. Tell me if you like it. You can screen cap that and download it from our plugins folder. I don't give a shit. Plugin requires enhanced input is enabled for a project, blah blah, that's the same. We require enhanced input, that's fine. Install the plugin to your project's plugin folder. Start it up, should be enabled by default, double check. Add BPC simple player interaction player component. Setup will be required to fine-tune the interaction trace for your camera setup and needs, but it's all exposed on the component itself. There is a included input mapping context and input mapping for interaction. You will have to manage this yourself. Basic setups will just require you to not initialize, register the mapping context. What am I editing in? This is JetBrains, this is UTrack. This is their replacement for Jira, except that unlike Jira, UTrack gives you every single feature for free up to 10 people. And you can fully customize the fields that you have available to you and tags, and even set up your own workflows or doing more advanced things. So for instance, I have code workflows to hook into Discord. Yeah, completely free, up to 10 people, every single feature. Every single feature. And this is actually even available to the public as well, just with some anonymization. Our board is, so you can see our boards. About that free stuff where they allow you to get a lot done for small teams. I really recommend it. If you want more like functionality than Trello, because Trello is kind of fucking horrible these days and requires that you pay for things, and you want some of that Jira functionality, UTrack is the way to go. And you can just kind of set it up to do as much or as little as you want. Complete customization of your boards and what types you want, customization for all the different, swim lanes and whatever you need for it. You have the custom field set up here. And like when they should be showing up. So our priority only shows up for bug features, tasks, story, and subtasks. And these are just types, as you can see here. Really good permission control too. So it's a bit more work to set up than Jira, but it also has a lot more functionality than Jira, and it's all for free. Is Azure horrible to use? Ugh. I can also link tasks. I can actually make tasks directly from here. I can create an issue from this, and I can also link in articles in tasks, or in here I can link, like, let's say Boink. Feels pretty nice. Good shit. Include input mapping context. There is no base interactable actor class. Only a component with the necessary interaction logic and dispatchers. Interaction logic does not check for any specific actor class and runs entirely on the component. So you may set up any hierarchy you need. Hierarchy is HIE. That should be good. Yeah, JetBrains is good. JetBrains is nice. I'm really glad that we found this, because it's just way nicer. And then we have, you know, this is very much like Confluence, right? Where you have all of the. Actually, does Confluence show per project, or does it show all projects? Because I know here we actually have two projects. We have like a generic company project where we can just store some of the overarching documentation that isn't that is, you know, more agnostic, like our, you know, localization stuff or production stuff, blueprinting documentation. And then we have the individual project documentation down here. It's nice to have that all available in one. Like, for instance, if you're localizing into Chinese, Korean, or Japanese, which character ranges you need to include in your fonts. Or a little fix if you're missing certain languages and builds that we found out. Default is internalization support for English. Best just to set that to all. Increases build size by like 50 megabytes or something, but that's not a big deal. Okay, we have how many classes for blueprints? We should have 2 blueprint components and then 1 BPFL, I believe. And a BPI. BPC, simple player interaction actor. Player. The BPI is only for the actor, so I'll just include that directly below the actor. Simple player interaction. Okay, this is the blueprint actor component meant for interactable actors. Contains the core functionality, dispatchers and custom events for interaction, or for receiving interaction notifications from that. This is the blueprint interface where player sends messages to hovered/interacted components This is the blueprint actor component meant for a player that contains all of the trace logic and the interaction input action. Yes, just was wondering if I missed anything. Meant for interactable actors. This one is the player. Well, globally accessible function library that mostly contains wrappers for easy access to the actor component, well as some grabber and query functions for actor player components. Okay, functions. I don't know if we want to include... I don't know if we want to include functions that are on the actor one, because there are no functions, they're interfaces. So maybe we should just include the BPI interfaces. We can include the dispatchers, but there is a separate dispatcher section of the documentation. So maybe for the sake of it, let's do... BPI. Separate section that describes the interface. I'll put it in the functions, because that's all that the BPI is anyway, right? I'll ask our programmer to read it and see if it makes sense to him. Hopefully he has some time this weekend. We'll do the BPI for the actor, player, which has, most of the important things, and then the wrapper. Although I think in this one we didn't for the BPFO. All the functions are available as wrappers, so only new functions will be listed below, just to keep it separate. So we'll do the same thing here. What do we have here? We need the BPI open. Player component, BPFL. Let me go to the bathroom first, though, and then we can write that in. It's alright. Woman-sized bladder. I'm drinking pretty fast today. Maybe I was dehydrated. BPI, simple player interaction actor. There's 5 functions. Hover interactable. We have no inputs here because it's a BPI. No outputs. I mean, we have one. We do have 2 with input output, but we don't have anything like that. Dispatcher, no, not relevant because it is a BPI. Unhover. Interact. Update interactable status. That does have an input. B should be interactable Boolean. Over here we have an output for B is interactable Boolean. It interact data. Well, typo fixed. Okay, BPI should be good. I'll sweep through and hit these once we're like done with sections, so we can do that now. I don't know why, but it feels nice to do it this way. What she said, by the way. Okay, BPC, simple player interaction player. A little bit redundant. Fine. We have 1, 2, 7, 9 function. I'm going to include another column here for access, since some of these are private and some of them are public. First one is interaction trace. This is private. Much like Ryan. And there are no inputs or outputs on this. But there are dispatchers. I think there are multiple dispatchers. Interaction trace tick. Interaction trace hit fire once. Interaction trace hit success. Interaction trace hit failure. Maybe we should do like dispatchers question mark. Okay, next one is get current interaction trace status. I don't think there are any dispatchers in that one. Let's double check. New. And we have 2 outputs. That is also a public. B trace allowed. Boolean. And then B timer active. Boolean. I don't know if it's, proper methodology to just have like redundant documentation like this where it lists everything, but maybe there's a use for it where you can just see all of the functions and methods. I mean, to me, like the setup and the installation is the most important part, or any like limitations that it has. Maybe a video. Here's how to set it up and use it. I don't know. Get current interaction trace status. Stop interaction trace. Hey, PvP Pure, thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Interaction trace stopped. Public, 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 public. All of the next 5 are public. And there's no outputs here. Okay, next one. Restart interaction trace. It's a chill vibe, I couldn't help myself. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've always worried that we might be a bit boring if we're chill, but... I didn't anticipate so many people would be watching while working themselves. So it's a nice chill co-working stream. Perfect for co-working, exactly. It's... I didn't anticipate that before I started streaming. Pretty funny. You wonder what I'm looking over at. I'm looking over at my functions. I can get everything copied over. Okay, interaction trace restarted. Yeah, that should be everything for that. Okay, update interaction trace allowance. That does have an input for B, allow interaction trace. That does have a dispatcher. Interaction trace allowance updated. If the dispatcher has an input, did we include that somewhere? No. No, because then I have a separate separate section for showing the dispatchers. We don't need that. Update interaction trace allowance. Okay, that looks good. Next one is pause interaction trace. Description. And this is interaction trace paused. Put that in code. Unpause interaction trace. Oh, oops, I copied the wrong one. Go. Oh no, I mistyped it in the description for this. Okay, pauses the interaction trace. Did I type that wrong in the wrapper then? Yes, I did. Okay. We'll re-export that at the end of this and re-upload it for the new version. Okay, interaction trace unpaused. The last two, this one is private. And this is our setup interaction. There shouldn't be any inputs or outputs. Just a dispatcher. Interaction trace setup finished. Last but not least, update actors to ignore. And this has an array of actors as an input. New actor. I don't like the name of that. New actors. I'm going to rename that to new actors to ignore. Keep it consistent. Okay, those should be good. Make these bold. And then these in italic. Oops. Whenever an Italian person speaks, do they have to put the subtitles in italics? Oh my god, stop it. Stop. Oh. God, I hate that. I'm gonna disable that by like turning off the... Yeah, I just turned that off for right now. Me and my wife are watching The Sopranos. This is her first time. I'm dying. It's really funny that because all the characters are just doing this all the time. How come when I turn that on? Weird. Okay, whatever. Okay, those should be all the functions for BPC. Lastly, we have the BPFL. I'll mention here in this one too that most of the functions are just wrappers, so I'm only going to include non-wrapper functions. So let's put most of the functions from BPC simple player interaction actor available as wrappers from the BPFL, so only new functions will be listed below. And I think that's just these three, right? No. We have these three, and then... Oh no, these two. And then the update actor interactable and the get actor interactable status, which are firing just BPI calls. Okay. Get player simple interaction component. Why do I have the dispatcher listed here? Looking for a lunch break? No worries. Have a nice lunch. Why did I include the dispatcher from the BPFO? That's weird. I don't know why I did that. Okay, no input, only outputs, and that is BPC. Simple player interaction player object. Get actor simple interaction component. Pretty much the same thing, but a actor version of this. Oh, and also that has an actor input too. Can't forget that. Okay, and then update actor interactable status. Did I just copy that from the BPI? No, this has the correct grammar, the other one didn't. I know it doesn't matter, but I don't know. Gotta try your best, right? These should be interactable. That is a Boolean. And no outputs on that. Looks good. All right, and then last but not least, the get actor interactable status. And that has the actor object input, and then a B is interactable output. Cat for lunch. Let me drink. A lot of dust in this room. Did we get that right? Boolean component output. Actor input Boolean and then component output. Actor and Boolean input, no output. Actor input Boolean output. That looks good to me. And then the rest of it's just wrappers. Okay, dispatchers. We have 2, 3, 2 actors with dispatchers. Sorry. Simple player interaction, actor. Let's include the player first, and then we'll do actor. We have how many? 4, 7, 11. Wonderful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Interaction trace restarted. Stopped. Paused. Unpaused. Interaction trace setup finished. Updated actors to ignore. Interaction trace allowance updated, I think is what that says. Yes. And then we have trace tick. Hit success. Hit failure. Hit fire once. Okay. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Thankfully, most of these don't have inputs. We don't need to worry. Trace tick. Hit success does have inputs. That is a hit result, which is type hit result. Imagine that. And then B, hit return, which is a Boolean. Hit failure. And then a fire once. Same as these two. Okay, I think that's everything. Well, from that, we need the actor one, but the actor one's pretty fast. That has 6 dispatchers. Oops. Okay, actor, actor, and let's see what we have. Oops. Interaction success. Interaction failure. Interactability status updated. Initial hover. Tick hover. Initial unhover. Status updated does have the input for the Boolean. It is B interactable. I don't think the other three have any inputs though. Okay, that looks good to me. Limitations. What do we have for limit? Oh, I think we're missing one thing too, which is the... Yeah, the player component config. That's between classes and functions. Then we can do the limitations. Player component configuration. Where is my player? I kind of want the default here. Did I make any changes today to the player? No, so I could just reset this to default and don't commit. And everything should be here. Except for the component tick, I don't know why that's showing up here. You can just ignore that. How do we want to break up a table for this? Let's do subsection for category, variable, description, default, notes, maybe a type. That'll work. Okay, draw debug type. Draw debug trace. Default none. Plugged into both traces to allow for easy debug from the player's component instance rather than needing to modify the base component. Debug trace color. Debug trace hit color. Debug draw time. This is a float, and then 2 linear colors. Oops, don't do that. I don't need to create a task for that. Thanks for asking, though. A default none. We'll just put like red and green in single quotes here. Do we even need the default? The default's up here. Fuck the default. Useless column. Wasting my time to write that in. Okay, next section after that is the what is it? Core. That's only got 2 things. There's one for trace results, but I think this is all private, isn't it? New hit actor. Old hit actor. Oh, this should be private, actually. Good catch on that one. Core, we only list 2. Why is that? Oh, because 4 of these are private. Yeah, okay. B, allow interaction trace. Interaction trace interval. Boolean, float. Description. Description. I don't think we need any notes on these, right? Self-explanatory. Okay, next section of that trace config core. What's up, Kent? Happy day X of Redlock, right? Plugins now? Yes, I am finishing up the interaction plugin by documenting it, and then we're all done with it. And then, of course, I am off tomorrow since I'm going to be here writing lore. I need to figure out what we do on Monday. I don't know yet. I don't know if we should start taking something from the next milestone, or if we're ready to start remeshing the first room, which would be pretty exciting to do. But I have to ask Rex about that. Final quality assets? Yeah, like, they won't be the final assets, but they will be final quality assets. Like from a, you know, because they're all just going to be placeholder white material for now, but the meshes, at least for the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and the platforms, will be of final quality. Some things do not have meshes yet, like the restoration stations or building components, but those are pretty easy once we have those. We just still need to mainly test like player collision and climbing and mantling stuff. Use Cinti assets. God forbid Rex ever had, like, I don't know, just drop dead of eating too many gummy worms or whatever he is probably likely to drop dead of. Then yeah, we probably just have to use some other assets. Am I going to use Mover for this? No. We're using regular CMC. I've heard Mover is still a bit buggy. And I don't imagine that we will refactor during this game. Not that CMC is perfect, by the way. Far from it. But just that it's working. It's working at the moment. It's not great, but it's working. Yeah, honestly, like, Cinti assets are pretty fun. But we're not going to use Cinti assets. I don't know if I still have some of the examples of the... No, not on this branch. But I can show you. If you find anything with Mover, let me know. It's anything that might be, you know, useful to spread information about. We have 3 more sections, right? Let's just add those in now. Okay, after core we have trace config core. Trace config components and then input. No, I think Cinti assets are great. It's just the easier and cheaper it is to get assets, the more likely it is that you're going to run into a situation where somebody has played the game with the same assets. You know, and that's not always a turn-off for some people, but it is a turn-off for some people. And, you know, if your game is similar to others that use the same assets, then you're going to run into a situation where people compare it to that game. Depends on your setup. trace config core has 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, and then 1. Okay, core. One of these private. Oh, it's because, yeah, it's because actors to ignore is separate. And that's not part of config. Okay. Oh, I remember now. Trace shape. Trace length. Trace radius. Trace channel. Trace complex. Ignore self. I should rename this to B ignore self and then B trace complex. You can cancel me for that. It's just my naming convention for booleans. Who sent me a text? T-Mobile. Fuck off, T-Mobile. E simple player interaction trace shape. And there is an underscore there, I think. Trace length is integer. Float. E trace type query. Boolean. Boolean. You know, the one good thing though about T-Mobile is that I get my unlimited text and calling, 10 gigabytes of data for $8 a month. I'll take it. Can't complain about that price. Okay. Trace config components. We got 5 things here. They are all public. E simple player interaction trace shape. See, I would have think that I would put the underscore between this. I wish it kind of showed, but it doesn't. Yeah, we put underscores after the simple player interaction. Okay. Make sure that shows that. And that's not trace shape. That is actually trace origin component. Just copy the descriptions first. Okay, this is, oopsies, what did I just do? Fname. Trace origin socket. This is a long one. B trace origin and forward vector component are the same. Bit of a mouthful, but it is accurate. That's the important thing, right? Forward vector component type. Forward vector socket. What is the idea behind trace origin component type? That is an enum to tell the setup which component we need to be searching for, because we have to run a little bit of different logic between the components depending on which ones that we're looking for. That's just an easy way to switch during setup. And then of course, if we are using a skeletal mesh socket, we have the fname there for the socket name. Okay, last but not least, input. Simple player interaction. Input action timing. And that is interaction, input, action, timing. Okay. That should be everything. Yeah, there's no other use for that enum. Just for setup. Just to make sure that there's only one thing that's being chosen. Some of these are redundant because I think that assign camera inherits from camera, so either of these will work. But it's fine. Just in case it isn't redundant or needs some additional work, then we have that set up and can plug in the additional work if needed. I could probably actually simplify this with a for loop that sets by reference. If we have any extra time today, I'll do that because I don't know, it's not really worth it. Pointless refactor. Okay, limitations. Limitation. Only a single player is supported. I mean, honestly, like, that is a limitation. I don't know if there's any other limitations, though. It's pretty expandable without too much work. Like, if you want to add in another camera check, although I can't think of any specific camera that wouldn't inherit. Sorry, I'm dying here. I talk too much, man. I talk way too much. This is not relevant. This isn't relevant. Only real thing is that it's just single player and not replicated or anything. And as far as I know, best practices. Can't really think of anything. So we'll just delete that for now. Well, that's pretty lengthy, isn't it? Fine. It's not too hard to use. And it should be pretty easy to connect up to things. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's update the zip file because I did make a couple of fixes. Package, delete, delete. Only limitation that a single player only one would use it and build replication around it. I don't even know what's needed to make this replicable. I guess preventing interaction. Yeah, but you could just build around that because you can check if it's being interacted. Well, it doesn't store current interacted player ID. But you could build around it. Let's just say this. It does... Only a single player is supported out of the box. But it should be relatively simple to build for replication. I just don't know what's required for that because I don't really make multiplayer games, so I'm not going to pretend to know. Okay, that's updated. Let me rewrite the installation and setup. Included input mapping context and input mapping for interaction. This is not added to the player by default. I did that purposefully. I know that, you know, an event begin play I could register that, but I have a separate... I don't want to presume how the player is managing input mapping context. I use my own system, for instance, for managing inputs. You can set up dependencies in the plugin config thingy. I do have that. It does require enhanced input. I just don't automatically add it to the player. One of the reasons is that I don't use I use my own plugin that I made for handling input mappings. That if you were to, for instance, open up... Oh, I fucked up my config for screenshotting purposes. But like when you open up a menu, it removes all of the game input mapping contexts. And then when you close the last menu, it returns them. So I have kind of independent menu and game context control. The good news is if you have those... Oh, there is an issue with this. But if you have those, then you can use these two together, this input mapping context manager. Which is also very easy to use. There's no base interactable. Let's just include that in like a notes section. No base interactable actor class, only a component. BPC, simple player interaction, actor. With the necessary interaction logic and dispatchers. Interaction logic does not check for any specific actor class and runs entirely on the component, so you may set up any hierarchy. Let's just say class hierarchy you need. As long as the component is on the actor you're checking. That'll work. I'll do one setup, like we'll make a fresh project, first person or something, and just like a simple interactable, throw the component on there and just see if it works out of the box as the installation says, or if we missed something or created a bug. I did change some of my components here. So we'll get those updated too. Let me open up all of the interactables real quick. Just to see if there's any problems. Same with the MVVM, we'll do that too. Better safe than sorry, right? Okay, MVVM looks fine to me. No issues here. I think it's good. We actually do have a working ability in the game, but the player is not supposed to pick that up until the next level, which we don't have yet, so... we actually have an ability that you can pick up and unlock for dashing. Which does fully consume hydrogen. Just a little dash. Good stuff. It should be good. Here's something you might enjoy. Kurvias. Aha, you know what? I know exactly what you mean. Hold your phone. Or if you don't have a phone, hold something that resembles a phone. Only one thing might be broken on this because I just replaced the sky system, so there might be a... Oops, not this level. Oh no, we're fine. We're cool. A little bit bright though. But we have this. I'll fix the light here in a second. Yep, we have all of the all of our different actors with examples and proper text for them. Let me switch the light to be a bit better. So you can see it all here on display. So we have exactly what you're thinking of. I do this for all my games now. I also have documentation for these two, which is not necessary, but they're there for anybody that wants them. We have written documentation too. And you can see how I set things up then. This one's kind of broken right now because of a bug. Let's not look at that one right now. All of our hazards. Which are hopefully working. Or not. Oh yeah, I have debug on those too. Those are fun. Proximity-based hazards. That way we deal damage based on your proximity to the core of the hazard. There is some bug with these right now though. They're not. I'm not taking damage. Wonder what I broke. Let's go check it out. Might have been some refactoring that I did. Yes. No. What did I break? Firing but not registering. Now why might we not be registering? And where do I need to put some? That's kind of weird. Not registering the effect. Auto initializes from the tick itself. That should be ticking. Is not ticking. Didn't we just test this today though and it was working just fine? Or is it because I refactored... Oh, I did do a refactor, and it might have fucked these up. Remove on exit. Huh. Actually, I don't know why those aren't working. Are the players' MVVMs not being initialized? Potentially. Maybe I should fix this bug in a different branch, though. We'll check that bug in a different branch. I do need to fix that. It's really weird, though. I didn't see that happening today. In the main... the main level. And I just tested, so hydrogen is working. So that means the BPC for player effects is functioning. This is working. Look at this. Blade of getting drained. Blade of getting restored. Huh. Maybe something's wonky about that level. What's up, Mr. X-Fan? I think Microsoft is misinforming the public regarding their next-gen Xbox Helix, because it turns out you need to buy their dev kits to make games on Helix. If it's a PC, then why need dev kits for it? Well, you would still need dev kits because dev kits have specific debug code and certification stuff. They might not want that available. I agree, though, if it's completely PC, I don't know, it's easier for them to control who has access to debug commands, which might, you know, bypass certain, I don't know. I could see a legitimate reason for it, though. I don't disagree, though, that specialized hardware dev kit's necessary if Project Helix is for sure just a PC. Why wouldn't they have some software that you can only run if you log into, you know, your Microsoft developer account, right? Or like Xbox developer account. I don't disagree. It is weird. I don't know if they're misinforming people, but maybe there's got to be some reason for it. Alright, let's see. Finished up. Interaction refactor. Fixing a couple bugs, issues in components, and documenting everything. We'll merge that to main. Interaction refactor to main. And we'll create a branch for fixing test map. Very weird that that was broken. Or just double check it again. Because maybe something is failing to get initialized. let's look into it. Is there anything broken in the hazards themselves? Begin player overload. Almost like it wasn't triggering the tick on this. Which wouldn't make sense to me. I mean, they're not interactable. And even the one shot that's next to it, which I think is this one, doesn't seem to be working. Neither is. So I'm thinking that the MVVM is not getting initialized. I mean, those seem to be hitting. Player effects, the component is there. I think that's just checking on, yeah, that's checking, that's just grabbing that on every tick of the effects component. Why it was hitting so much. Let's run into these. Not registering at all. I'm thinking the MVVM is not there. I mean, it's showing valid for the component. What the fuck? What is ticking? Okay. Why is initialize effect? Oh, that's just the override. Never mind. Ticks to apply is not greater than 0. I think it is because I refactored and I didn't update any of the config from, yeah. That's the reason. I almost feel like we should probably have a debug then, like a print. If our ticks to apply is... Yeah, this would have solved the issue. Attempted to add effect with no tick override, but ticks to apply is set to 0. Okay, so not a bug, just I forgot to update after a refactor. Oopsies. And we should now see that pop up on pretty much all these. Yep. Yepers. Before my refactor, the ticks were set on individual actors. I moved it to the config, so it defaulted to 0 because the default of those is 0. So I just need to fix this. Anytime we see remove on exit, I think these didn't have anything set up. These were empty. These are meant to be empty. These are remove on exit, so these should just have 5. Anything greater than 1 will be fine. 5 is safe for those. This is continuous. This is our one shot. Just set that to 25 ticks. Or actually, one shot. Oh, no, that should be set to 25. Proximity based. And then same for these. Okay, they should all be fixed now. These are meant to be empty though. Which is why I wasn't ticking. It's probably okay to do that. I'll just add on the text here that these will ignore print error on these 3. Oops. Alright, health damage, ablative damage, hydrogen damage, health there, higher health damage, continuous. Here's a one shot. Derail the stream? No, totally fine. We were done with writing up our stuff anyway. And it's always good to check back on this just to see if it's functioning as expected. I'm really happy with the system anyway. I do need to add in some building components here too. I missed that. What's really cool is we can use the same ID on all these and we can treat one larger group of hazard primitives as a single one. And for instance, if they have proximity based check, then we take the closest proximity for any of them. So this is all just basically considered one giant hazard, but we always use the closest proximity to determine how much damage is dealt. So it's a nice system. Very trimmed down compared to something like gas. And I need to get it updated anyway. Blueprints, building components. What a gas jar. It's pretty bulky. I'll put it this way, some of the best games ever made were made without gas. Most games ever made in the world were made before gas ever existed. So do I think that gas is necessary to make a good game or to handle effects, damage over time, player abilities? No. And if I don't need to have such a massive, unwieldy system, I'm just not going to use it. Nothing wrong with it though. I just don't need it. I made this entire system you see here in half a day, including the MVVM. That's my only qualm with it. Okay, that's fixed. Fixed hazards in test map. Adjusted lighting in test map. Added building components to hazards test area. Good for me. Merge domain. Main to beautiful corner. Okay, awesome. That's all updated. We should do a run through of our game. Since we have some extra time, and it is the last day of the week for streams, let's just fucking play the game. See if we catch any bugs. Do we want to play it with controller? God. I could do it, but it doesn't. It's not easier with controller, I can tell you that. It is playable with controller, that doesn't mean that it's easier. Let me do one last bathroom break though. I know, but we just added controller support. We should probably test the full game with controller just to be on the safe side, especially with menus. So they should be fine. Like, you know, we're still in the midst of making sure that common UI was set up correctly and our custom system for common UI. We also just decoupled all the common UI stuff into its own plugin, and we added controller support for native PS5 and PS4 controllers. It's not going to be easier to play the game with controller, but I probably should test it just to be safe. But I'll be right back. Be right back. Then we can do that. Hey, we'll see if we run into any problems with it. That's all I can say. But the game should be fully playable. As long as I didn't break anything. Lighting will be a bit darker than we probably want it in some sections. That's fine. We'll worry about that when it comes time for it. It's nice to have native support though with DualShock controller. I'm going the easier way. Don't judge me. I'm not doing any time skips with controller, I can tell you that. Is the floor lava? Yes. Yeah, this is our blockout. Oh no, but wait, I have controller drift. Oh no, I do have stick drift on this. I kind of, for a brief second, I forgot that I have stick drift. This might be pretty nasty. Time-based high score? The game does cater to speedrunners and casuals. There is no need. In fact, there will be a gameplay option to turn off the on-screen timer. It will not be on by default, but it is there for speedrunners who want it. Nothing in the game will require you to do something by a certain time. So you can kind of just play the game at your own pace. Look for, secrets and optional stuff. There's no rush. But obviously speedrunners are going to want something like that, right? Leaderboard with best times? Potentially, yeah. We should be able to hook up into Steam for that. The game is going to be pretty long. It will be many, many hours, probably like 5 to 8 hours is what we're trying to aim for an average playthrough. Longer if you do more optional content. We will see. We will see. Sub-level times, yes, there will be. We could do that. I do want to track that anyway for like metric purposes. And maybe for, you know, multiple speedrun achievements. So, yeah. You would enjoy that. If you want to play, you can type an exclamation point demo. And you can play what we're playing here. We have a channel on our Discord for it, and you can always let me know what times you get if you have any bugs or issues. Oh shit. My stick drift. It pulls to the left, and so it'll, if you ever just see me just jump to the left like an idiot, that's why it's happening. Maybe let's not run, just in case it pulls me, I have more time to react. Global and friend leaderboards will hook you? That's really good to hear. That incentivizes me to do it more, I can tell you that. I can show you some of the gameplay options and game modes that we have, too. Let me get up to the next checkpoint. I can show you that. Because we want to make a precision platformer that is casual friendly, but still has, you know, options for the people that love the hardcore and the rush. Okay, we have a bad config on this. Oh my god, it just pulled me. Hold on. I can fix that while we're going. Uh-huh, because we didn't set it up at all. Oh my god, trying to grab this is annoying. There we go. Okay. One bug fixed. Actually, a good thing that we put the print on there. I think that in most cases, it's better to catch that. There's no situation in which we will have an empty, like, hazard like that. Alright, here's the hell room. The room that everybody hates and complains about because they aren't good at jumping. In my opinion, they need to get good. Room 2. Alright, let me show you these options you'll have. We can make game modes from scratch, and they all rely on our gameplay and difficulty options. So we have these like presets, but then you can always customize which, you know, what you want with the game mode based on the options. We have hardcore, 1 life, save deletes. That's gonna be nasty for a game that's, you know, like 5 to 8 hours, and that's if you're, you know, you don't screw up too much. That's gonna be tough, but it'll be pretty cool to see like a speedrunner beat that. So we have solar flares, And these are, I'm not going to go into solar flares right now, but you can turn off randomized flares and seed them. And that's good for speedrunners because they can use the same seed for getting deterministic runs. Auto skip cutscenes, that'll be on for speedrunning game mode. If we have any cutscenes. Autoplay audio logs, that's on by default. Plays audio logs when you pick them up. There's certain optional objectives in the game that you can do that will repair the facility. So for instance, in this level of the game here, you can repair the geothermal generators back there. And if you do so, it will turn on the main power for the facility. If you don't do that, the main power for the facility is off. A lot of the lights will be off. Certain things may not be functioning. Totally optional. You can turn off that feature here. So in this case, all the things will be on and fixed, and the optional objectives will just be there for completion's sake. Default state is on because we want to take like this idea of a precision platformer, deepen it a bit, add some immersive sim elements, more player choice to it. But speedrunners may just want to play it with, this single deterministic way in order to equalize the playing field, right? But there might be different categories, of course. You can build your own resource restoration stations, which I just showed by running into those building components and building them. You can also turn them on to not buildable, which disables restoration stations entirely. Very hardcore. Or you can, pre-existing means that stations are not buildable. Building components won't spawn, and all stations that can be built will be built in their spots. We have abilities. So these are things like being able to dash, thrusters, things of that nature, like abilities that you'll have. I want to be able to turn this off for like a hardcore run, but it means that we'll have to spawn in different platforms, different data layers. I might not have this gameplay option just because of how much extra work it is, and I don't know if it's necessary, so ignore that. For casual players, we have what are called emergency station airlocks. Throughout the facility, as you're climbing, there are these physical airlocks that are meant to deploy under emergencies, under the station emergency, or when there is a loss of pressurization in the facility itself. Due to the rock burst incident, the facility has undergone enough kind of damage, like a massive earthquake, that these don't pierce out all the way, and they didn't get automatically triggered like they were supposed to. So casual players can perform optional side content, platforming content, in order to turn these back on for each level, and they will, if you're looking at me down the shaft vertically, these will pierce out into the shaft a bit, and if you were to fall in the main shaft, you might land on one of these and it'll save you from falling all the way to the bottom. Optional, don't have to do it. Speedrunners aren't going to do it. Casual players might. Makes the game easier. That's kind of our core principle. You can enable them by default, so they're already piercing out, but you can still do the optional content. Any emergency station airlocks that are adjacent to each other and activated will enable the elevator, so an emergency station elevator that will work between those levels. So default, none of these are jutting out and activated, but as you enable each one adjacent to each other, they will allow you to take an elevator up from lower levels up to higher levels. Again, casual players will do this, speedrunners won't. On-screen timer disabled by default, you can turn it on. Checkpoints enabled by default because we want to be a bit more casual friendly. Disabled for like hardcore and speedrunners and stuff like that. Checkpoint teleportation Default is allowable on game finish, so right now in the game you can teleport between unlocked checkpoints, like this. Default though, that's only going to be allowable when you finish the game, but you can turn that on and just, you know, turn on checkpoints. Because the game is going to be pretty big. Yeah, or to practice sections, yes, exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Good for speedrunners to practice. There are neuro tags, which are like collectibles, audio logs, collectibles. Default, it's not going to spawn these, but maybe there's a speedrun where it's like, you know, Redlock, speedrun, collect all audio logs or something, and then you can just turn on this feature and it'll spawn the ones that you already have collected. Otherwise, it won't, so you will only find audio logs that you haven't collected. Keep progression on death. So by default, certain things reset if you die back to what they were at before you, you know, from your last like checkpoint save. You can turn on this option, which will keep certain progression if you die. That's really good for like hyper casuals who, I don't know, maybe they did part of an optional objective but then died and they don't have to do it again. Just enable this. None of these sections in the game will lock themselves out of if you go past them. So you can go back to any previous section and complete certain optional objectives at any time. So key progression on death could be pretty nice for that. Synchronized time to systems. So there is a lore-friendly time in which the rock burst incident occurred. You can synchronize. This is a bit more to explain. This is a working, like, hard sci-fi facility, and because we are on a tidally locked planet for mental health reasons, they use mood lighting around the entire facility to help manage people's circadian rhythms. In-game, that mood lighting will update based on the Earth synchronized time, since they synchronized to Earth time for, again, for circadian rhythm purposes and for easier management communication with Earth. If you synchronize your game time to your system time, then if you were playing and for instance at, I don't know, 8 p.m. let's say we have lights out, or we start to dim the mood lighting or make it more yellow for, you know, to help people's circadian rhythms, then that would happen synchronized with your system time. I didn't really need to explain all that, but just there's mood lighting and it changes based on the synchronized time. I didn't need to explain all that, but it's there. Oh, shortcuts. Yeah, there are shortcuts that you can enable in game. I'll show one in a bit. That you can turn on to save the status of a shortcut so that even if you die, it will, that shortcut will still be there. I don't know if I want to keep that on by default, but I have it on by default for now. We have, oh, a pretty new feature is our locker rooms. If you've ever played Resident Evil, you might know this. We have lockers that you can find codes for in-game and obtain resources or upgrades by opening up the lockers for different codes. So this is a really fun little feature for casual players and for people looking to explore more and do other side content. By default, none of the locker codes are randomized, so you can look at a wiki, or if you're a speedrunner, you can memorize these, but you can randomize them for each new game if you want, and use a seed to have deterministic randomization. There's a lockout if you fail too many times. You can turn that off if you just want to not worry about that. Hardcore, you can randomize locker codes that you haven't used on death. And that means you have to find them again for any that you didn't use. And then there's a randomization for locker contents themselves for like chaos runs or, you know, people just looking for some extra replayability. So those are the intended game options and gameplay difficulty stuff that we plan to have. A lot of options? Yes, it is, and I hope that we don't create too many bugs. But I'd like to make the game replayable, you know, and To me, a lot of the precision platformers on the market are very catered towards hardcore enthusiasts and to like parkour people. So they're all about like moving fast and doing like crazy abilities. I want to take that down a notch and make something that's a bit more, what's the word? It's a bit slower paced and intimate. Combine it with some, you know, immersive sim elements. Best time leaderboard is peak replayability. I'm gonna make a mental note of that. I've never hooked into Steam leaderboards, but they should be pretty easy to hook into, from what I've read. This level is very scary when your controller has stick drift. Easy? Oh, have you done it? Fuck off. Damn it. Make this game? Yes. This is just our level blockout, so it looks very ugly. But it's just meant to test the gameplay. Refine the features, anything that's important. Might require C++, that's fine. We had to create some C++ wrappers for achievements in our previous game. So we might extend that plugin with more capabilities. Alright, I did a time skip. We have lots of little time skips around here for speedrunners to engage in. And they will have to learn each and every one of them and get good at doing each of them without failure. So there should be a pretty high skill ceiling for the speedrunning community. A little bit dark in here. Okay, so recently I did make the lava flow section here a little bit easier than it was before. Just a little bit. Help with some of the common pain points we had. So these two spend more time together than they did before. The section you've never gotten past. It should be easier. I do ask that you try it again just to be on the safe side. All of our moving platforms too are timed. So there's never any randomization to them. Just for the sake of, again, speedrunning, you know? Not getting out of sync. Don't pull left. Please, whatever you do, controller, do not pull left. Do not do it. I know you want to. It did a little bit. We're okay, though. Oh, I missed the, oh well. It'll come back. All of the moving platform sections too, there should be a way to view it before you actually need to commit to it. So because they are all pattern based and the same timing, you can learn them before you even jump to the first platform. There should never be a situation, at least according to my level design standards, where you are not able to see it before you commit. Okay, we are going to do the optional objective. Let's open up the shortcut first, though, I think would be much better for us. There is a way to do the optional objective even if you don't commit there. There are, I think, 3 points in which you can commit to the optional objective. But as I mentioned before, even if you don't do it or you miss it, there is never a point in which you can't return to a previous level. Some of these jumps are pretty nasty with a controller. Alright, we gotta wait for this one to come back around again. Ooh! Oh. You say game is not good as other devs' games? I think this is peak, huge potential. Well, thank you for that. Imposter syndrome? I have a lot of imposter syndrome. We had a pretty big game that we were looking to expand the studio with get rejected by publishers, not because the game was bad, but because we didn't have a team already existing. Like, oh yeah, it's great. You need this much money? Huh. Seems reasonable. Where's your team? It's like, what do you think the money is for? Oh, yeah, we don't do that. The video last night of someone grinding to level 99 in Final Fantasy VII on the first screen. Jesus Christ. How can I have a team without money? That's what I was thinking too. The only thing I can agree with a certain aspect of it, which is, don't you dare stick drift right now, controller. If they gave me the money, there's no guarantee that I could hire the people that I need in the time that we need them. This is true. Oh, don't fall. Stick drift, please. Jesus Christ. Here's our shortcut opening up. This will allow you to bypass the lava flow entirely. It's beautiful. Yes, I can understand it from some perspective. You know, we did spend like, what was it, 2 years working on that though? I mean, that game was pretty much feature complete. It's kind of unfortunate that we had to... It's on the back burner, right? It's still a good idea. We still have the prototype. We have all the... You know, we have the GDD for it. We have the pitch deck, the budget. Everything we think we needed at that time will still be relevant in the future. Oh my god. I hate how much darker this got with the new star. We'll fix that. We are not looking for a publisher for this game. We are going to self-publish this. We're going to make our pie. Oh, I don't need to do that again. We're going to make our pie and we're going to eat all of it. Yeah, we can pick it up in the future. 100%. We even trademarked the name, so it's there for us. It's reserved. Oh, fuck, I forgot to jump. I jumped too late. Fine, we can skip the lava flow. Pretty easy to get back there. We'll do the time skip again. I'm pretty good at this one. Would have been funny if I failed that. Oh, shit. Getting... It's good though. It is pretty fun to play this on controller. I just wish my stick drift wasn't there. And that the levels didn't just get dark for no reason. We can add in like a glowing crystal down there or something. For a little bit of mood lighting. I keep forgetting I don't have to do that. What's the art style gonna be? Pretty realistic. We want to nail that hard sci-fi feel to it. Hey Google, she was I supposed to put new or old meshes screenshots or evolve? Screenshots? Those are only locations in the level where we feel that the description of the mesh in that spreadsheet is not enough to know what it's referring to. So that you don't need to put screenshots there for anything. Unless it's just like, I don't know, you reference room to column. It's like, well, which one? Oh, this is a horrible section of the game to have stick drift on. Oh god. Don't pull left. Please don't pull left. Don't do it. Whew. How many people working on this currently? 2. We'll have 3 if we can pay for him to not work at his current job. We don't have any money currently, so. He's being the smart person and working a real job and helping us in his free time if we need anything. He's a good friend of mine, but he's been so busy recently that he hasn't had any time. I think we can actually jump from here. Yeah. Alright, there's one generator turned on. We're almost at the checkpoint. And not screw up now. Is there fall damage? No, there probably won't be any fall damage. Oh. Oops. Don't fuck up now. Fucks up immediately. I'll double check that jump to be safe. Because the distance between the platforms might be a little bit too much. Time to introduce cheats. The cheat is to be good and never fail a jump. That is the cheat. And you'd be surprised, but you can then beat the game without dying at all. Technically, you can beat Elden Ring in enough time to refund the game on Steam. Just saying. Yeah, we do need some cheats. I mean, you can always unlock checkpoints and just teleport between them, so we do have a debug there that gives you pretty easy access to all the levels. That doesn't really help me, does it? Hold on.
Daddy.
There we go. No! Oh my god, I need this to be brighter. Oh my god, okay, I need to get a light in here. Even just temporarily. Jesus Christ. Where is this shit? Stupid dark. Give me a crystal. Oh! On the current build, it is development mode, so if you want to cheat and fly around, you can. See here. I think that'll cause a problem. This is the hentai game coming out. Ever fix the thing with the stream? Which thing? You just follow too? What you been? You're subbed to me. Oh, the delay? Were you testing the audio delay by unfollowing and refollowing? Yeah, I haven't fixed that. I have no idea what's causing it. My only other option left is just to uninstall stupid ass Windows 11 that installed itself on my stream PC. I don't know when it exactly started having problems, but it was around that time. Windows 3.1. Anything would be better than Windows 11 at this point. Okay, we'll just go straight for the optional objective here. And this time we will not fall Unless my joystick pulls left here. Oh god. Ugh! Look, we made it! We were actually really close to here. Look, we'll pretend we jump down here, we make this jump. There, we're back to where we were. And we'll just pretend that the other optional... Because we did have the other generator turned on. It's that one over there. Yay, all three on. If you ignore that it says 2. There would be like a, you know, something you have to press on these or something, maybe a little mini game or puzzle, whatever the fuck. These would be the facility buildings for the turbine and control room, and you might have to go in there to unlock some stuff too, but that's just, you know, flavor mechanics on top of it all. And I feel pretty confident that they'll enhance the gameplay. Alright, so this is the, if you do the optional objective, you can go along this route to get back onto the main route. You don't have to. But this is one of the options to get back on the main route. Otherwise, you have to go through the ceiling, which looks pretty cool. So maybe once we connect up, I'll show you the ceiling route because it's pretty fun. We have to be fast though, our ablative is getting drained on here. You can kind of get a hint at where the platform goes by looking at that. Should come back around here. Yeah, here it comes. Alright, get ready for it. There we go. Please don't pull left, please. God. Don't do it. Ugh! Why does... The worst fucking times! Let me show you the, let's just get back to that route. God, that's horrible. The worst game to have stick drift in. 0 out of 10. This is pretty cool because it takes you beneath the main lava lake. Little side route there. We're going to put a collectible back there or something. Fun little things to find. That's a little awkward. Oh god, and the change in lighting means I can't even see where I'm supposed to jump to. Horrible. And you pop up over here. That is where the... Up there is where the main route, I guess you could say, connects up to here. So this kind of leads you into the same moving platform section. Although I think that this is a little bit boring of a section right now, so I might add some more stuff onto it. We shall see. It is too boring. Not too bad when you jump down from up there, because you don't have to be on the platforms as long. I mean, the good news is that this first level, because this is all one level, all three of these rooms, right? Is very focused on natural cave environments and lava stuff because the facility is being built down to this final level. So they haven't finalized this area yet. After this, it's mostly facility, but each level has different, different mechanics and rooms, of course, because the facility does different things on different levels. Level 5 is going to be the cryogenic storage and water treatment. No, water treatment is... Water treatment is higher. Cryogenic storage is next level. So that'll be a pretty big room with joystick drift, Jesus Christ. With like cargo crates and spilled liquid oxygen. Oh, and icy platforms too. Jesus Christ, dude, this stick drift is horrible. Now, like, I want to kind of move a little bit slow here so that I get these jumps. Well, the floor will be liquid oxygen, so that'll kill you. But because it's so cold in that room, there will be icy platforms. And of course, the ice does affect your physics. So have fun with that one. I think that'll piss off a lot of players, and that's a good thing. I'm not going to try the time skip. I'm not going to do the time skip. I'm going to try the time skip. Oh, I missed it. Fuck. If you're fast enough, you can hit that... right like that. Okay. Thankfully, that's the worst room if you have controller problems. After that's pretty chill. We want to use different rooms as pacing control, so some rooms will be naturally a bit more challenging or a bit more dangerous, and then rooms after that might be a little bit more relaxing, maybe more puzzle focused. Something to prepare you for the, something in the future. Teach mechanics. Oh, look at that. I need to put far shadows on the objects up there. Or at least on the ceiling bit. Elevator, except uh-oh, elevator, it got stuck. It's broken. So you gotta climb up the rest of the way. Bit darker too in here. This is my first time level designing anything of value. Unless you want to count Darkest Dungeon with some of its levels, but that's a 2D game, right? Dude, I can't make that jump. There we go. Oh, it's because it was destroyed. Very dark in here. We'll at least do a little bit of preliminary lighting work before the full lighting pass, just to make sure things aren't so dark that it's untestable. This leads up into your first facility section, which is the water synthesis plant. This is where they synthesize water and then pipe it down to other levels of the facility. So you have some mud on the ground here. You can see it's slowing us down. Very chaotic in here. A lot of pipes. Things that are broken. But I know the route already, so I'm going to take the route. But I like this level because of how pretty chill it is. You know, the floor is not lava in this case. And you can just take your time to see where you need to go, explore around a bit, maybe find some audio logs, learn about the facility's history, have joystick drift. Oh my god, Jesus, fuck this. I want to throw this controller so bad. Probably how I got drift in the first place, though. Each of these are water synthesizers, so there's supposed to be 4 of them in this room. We just don't know what they should look like yet. And then these would be the pipes of hydrogen and oxygen that lead to them. Then they connect up with some larger tanks in one of the other rooms. There's a time skip here. I'm not going to do it, but there's a pretty nice time skip here if you can manage it. Pretty hard. This is much darker than before. Look at this. Yeah, I think we need to put down some like level specific post-processing volumes. Help with some of the exposure. But I wanted this to feel like you are, you know, climbing on the broken shell of the facility. Going between kind of these natural and man-made Oh my god, I forgot to jump. Man-made locations. When the rock burst incident occurs, you are pretty much at the bottom of the facility. And the only one alive, miraculously, from that incident. Anyone above you probably has already escaped or died. I just fell because I forgot to jump again like an idiot. The level was almost done anyway. This one's pretty fast. Luckily your hobby was parkour. We could write that. So you're the safety supervisor overseeing the expansion? They didn't listen to you. As you might have been able to tell from all the broken shit. Alright, I'll try the time skip. It's a little bit tough though. One is for the truly hardcore. Holy shit, how did I manage to grab that? Ooh, it is quite generous, yeah. It's pretty generous. I think I'm gonna keep it this way though. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it is. I think we could lower the initial downward trace, which is probably the most generous part of it, by like 5 units. But it might... Any change to the mantling code is going to have very, very big impacts to the level design. Stop pulling me to the left. Okay, we're out of the danger part. The rest of it's just facility. Worst case is I fall. Never change a running system. From all that I can see, it looks really good. Well, seriously, if you want to try it yourself, exclamation point demo, and you can play everything you're seeing here. The only thing it won't include is the new lighting, which is probably a good thing because a lot of places are too dark now. At least I think that it won't.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Shiitake? I didn't want to click that. There we go. So we do have at the end of it, you can see your time to reach different rooms. Of course we cheated, so we don't see that, but... Tis there. Tis there. I'll show you the ceiling bit in room 2, because I think that's a pretty fun area. So if you decide not to do the optional objective, or go back from the optional objective, or you die, and you need to find a different way. Oops, you can die like that, like an idiot. Because of your joystick drift. Or if you don't do that, you can go up into the ventilation a little bit. This is a big ventilation though. It is very dark in here now, though. Holy shit, is it dark in here. Thank God you won't be playing the build with the bad lighting, I can tell you that. This is unplayable levels of dark, yeah. All we did was we changed the light, and I didn't really look anywhere else, but clearly we need to put a task to at least fix it enough to test. That is very clearly unplayable. Oh my god. A little scary. I think I can actually jump up here. There we go. Small time skip. I'll probably try just with some post-processing volumes for now. So after that scary butt clench wall section, you can you get pulled up into the ceiling a bit. And this is meant to be just a chill little interlude. Very easy. Oh my god, my joystick! It was so good until it pulled me to the left. And then I overcorrected. And this is where you get back down. And that connects up with what we had already played. You can skip a little bit here. Depends on your timing. Ooh. At least it's on console? Probably. I would like to, if there's, you know, some... I hesitate to use the word financial incentive. But to be honest, if our game sells like shit, then, you know, we won't be able to afford the porting. But it would be after the full PC release, so we want to just focus on PC at the moment, get that released on Steam, early access, follow through to completion, localize, then we can look at doing that. I don't want to do a simultaneous release. Too much overhead. But since we have native support for gamepad and PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 controllers, yeah, I think we can aim for PS5. I only did one simultaneous release in my life. I never want to do that again. It was horrible. It plays okay. I'm getting used to it. We just added that recently. Because we had to make a common UI manager from scratch, so that was a bit annoying to do. Just port and hope that the port pays off for the previous release too. I have to look up how many people are willing to play this game on console. It might be more than PC, to be honest. It might be. But we don't have the financial capabilities of bringing this to console from launch. So we need to make some money on PC to pay for it. Oh my god. All I can say is please get a good controller if you're going to play this. Please, please, please. Don't screw yourself over. There is a time skip in this room too, but it is horrendous. It is really, really hard. That one I will do with keyboard and mouse, because that one is just horrible. You have to time it, so right about when this surpasses the crystal is when you want to do the jump. Oh, fuck. It's really bad, but it allows you to skip pretty much the whole room. Oh shit, it moves too fast. I was too slow. It's really, really hard. Really tough. I just added this a couple days ago. Jesus. Oops. I should widen those maybe by like just 5 units. That's bad. Smaller? I don't think the Feet IK will even like it currently. You know, the one benefit is that it's very, very close to the respawn. I don't know how much time this room takes though if you do it normally, so I don't know how many attempts you'd have to make. You almost can't hesitate, because the moment you hesitate, the platforms sink too much. You have to be like just really deliberate little bunny hops. Oh, that's nasty. That's so fucking difficult. But you get to skip so much of it with this. It's pretty OP. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, it is doable. Not easy, but it's doable. There's also a time skip in room 2 that I really like, but this one is pretty hard to spot. You can fall onto it from higher above, but that takes time. The fastest way to do it is to do that. Oh my god, I didn't jump. Shit. Oh, fuck. Reset 5 seconds back in time. Okay, so it's funny you say that because we will probably make a plugin or implement something that will track your like last 5 to 10 seconds of movement, and you'll be able to, if you're online, you'll be able to interact with essentially bloodstains of people like it was a Souls game, and watch them as they die, which I think will be really funny, but also useful because you could see them like, oh, I didn't know a route was there. We just want to make sure we don't put them in places that are distracting. But you can turn it off if you don't like it, so. That's a time skip there. That saves a lot of time. I'm excited to see speedrunners play this because I think that there's just so many different pathways. Even in the one level that we have. I keep seeing myself jump up there, but I can never actually... Oh, there we go. It's not as bad then. Small time skip. What did you send?
Confidence. Have confidence.
Bro, it's funny. She
no
dies.
confidence.
You know what's crazy to me is some people just don't watch VTubers out of, I don't know, spite or something. Even though I really think VTubers make some of the best content on the platform. Routinely, many of them produce really high quality content. I like this section over here. You can skip it with the time skip, but that's pretty hard to do. This is bait. This is not the right platform. Never mind, that was the right platform. This one is the one that's bait. That son of a bitch. You prefer to see the person streaming? Have you ever seen Neurosama though? He's got some unhinged moments. Okay, this is not the bait one. So there's nothing to explain this, and I think that we do need to explain this, but these platforms save their durability when you stand on them. So if you just run over to the other side, you will probably fail because you'll have worn out all the platforms. So you need to go slowly enough that you give the platform time to go under and come through. Nothing explains that though. And I think we need to put somewhere a introduction to that mechanic. Maybe in the ceiling, I'm not sure. Or in this moving platform section that I said was too boring. I think it'd be perfect for that section. Especially because you're forced to go through that. You watch mostly horror games, you want to see their face when those jump scares come? Redlock is a horror game. The star does look cool up there. You know, obviously this is all meant to be closed off, right? It's part of a, you know, cavern system up until you get to the facility. You won't be able to see the stars and sky unless you look up from the main shaft, which is only going to be visible when you are crossing between levels. Like here is where you would be crossing up to level 5, and you could fall and go all the way back down to the bottom. But as you move up in the main shaft, as you start to get closer to the end of the game, you will of course see more and more of Batsu and space. It should be pretty fun. So that's our level. That's our game. Thank you for saying that. We have a long way to go. A lot of mechanics still left to add. We are just finishing up with our first 2 milestones right now. We have a lot to do. But most of it is just things that I've already done in other games before. You know, saving and loading. The only real challenge is persistence between the data layers, but there seems to be a way to manage that. I've never messed with meta sounds. I just want to learn that a little bit and see if we can do it for audio filters. Light detection seems pretty easy enough for solar radiation from the sun. As same with solar flares, it's just a system that manages that. That's pretty easy. I just wrote up about that too recently with solar flares. A lot of art stuff, audio, finishing, you know, making the UI look a bit better. Big optimization and profiling pass. Actually, you know, I should say, it's not a lot of UI. You know what had more UI? In Cauldron Chronicles, man. If anything had UI, it was this game. This was like just pure UI. This was our game that got rejected.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm gonna send Delta Force.
Interactable main menu though, you can play with the beach balls on the characters. I clicked off of it. This was a lot of work. This was a full open world RPG where you play as an alchemist and brew potions for NPCs. Princess Moan game. Of course, we had, you know, all of our weather and times of day as you would want from a big open world game. A lot of inventory stuff, ingredients, potions. Yeah, we were using UDS as you would expect. Oh my god, I had to add 100 chests? Jesus Christ. So every ingredient has its own effects and flavor. You have to discover these either by eating ingredients or by discovering this by reading books, talking to NPCs. You could learn about this stuff too. Some use ingredients to fish as well. Potion brewing is very sandboxy. Ignore there's an audio delay. Ignore that. That's just my capture card, not the game. I think boar meat would be like stamina, right? Probably. Harp 2 maybe? Oh yeah, restore stamina. Works pretty well. We'll restore stamina. Then, of course, any of the UI is not meant to be great. This was a prototype, not a game. This was meant to pitch to publishers, so they don't care about how it looks. Yeah. This was not released, just prototype. So you could drink potions, you could throw potions at enemies, you could sell them to merchants, or you give them to NPCs as part of their quests. Full branching dialogue on all the NPCs. But not just branching dialogue based on what you say, but also how you assist them. You like that. It hit his butt. We also had farming. And I made all these systems myself. So seeds, of course, are going to depend on both biome and light level. So this wheat only grows when it's fully light out. But something like mushrooms that grow well at night. See it growing there. If I skip some time. This was our main theme song. So we had this created by a composer. We of course also, as any good game like this has to have, some very basic fishing. You can watch the fish move to the bobber too.
I swear to God, if you open up
Shut up,
Cauldron
Jones.
Chronicles one more time, I'm gonna send Delta Force.
Oh, here he comes. Look at him. We got this little bitch.
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I gotta look at this myself.
Yeah.
Wow,
We got full swimming too.
what a view.
There's lots of ingredients you can find down in the waters. Like this thing here. A Siren's Reef Seed, or whatever the fuck I called it. Yeah. Already better than New World. GTA 5 Sea Pet. A little bit better than that, hopefully. Here's our water. Pain in the ass system to work with. Looks nice though. Nothing. A bunch of junk, huh? There's buoyancy on the potions and ingredients too. Oh, we didn't get one in here though. Pretty unlucky. We also have, you can see the droplets when the rain hits. This will be hard to show because there is a audio delay. Sorry. I created a custom sound system so that you can hear the ambient sounds as you get closer to the top of the water, but as you go deeper, that's pretty nice. Yeah, don't worry, we'll get back to this game. We will get back to this game. It's all here. The publishers really, really loved it, but, you know, we can do it without a publisher. We just need the money to do that. I was hoping, my hope, the reason why this looks good and sounds good, to a certain extent, is that I was hoping, because it was mostly made alone, with the help of some additional people, of course, not that I did it alone, but it was mostly made alone, that it would entice the publishers that, like, hey, we know that we can make this. We need the funding to build the team up. But it wasn't enough, unfortunately. It was almost enough, but it wasn't enough. Oh, there's a floating potion. The liquid also moves inside the bottle, too. Despairing Elixir of the Strong Man. That's pretty cool. Nice one. Reach out to a lot of publishers. Some. Others no. Oh, my audio is bugged for water. Hold on. Fix that. It thinks we're swimming, but we're not. Happens sometimes on teleport. Little tide pool. There is actually an urchin in here. He moves very slowly, but he does move. Hard to see though. Cute little guy. But of course, as the potions are throwable, there's a lot of things that you can break. Ooh, healing dram. You do battle with your potions, right? So there's no battling with sword and shield or bow and arrow. You do battle because you are an alchemist with your potions that you make. So it's one system, multiple uses. We also have this cool feature called rituals. So you can read books and discover some info. We can craft new items with this, or modify effects on different things, on potions that exist. Instead, let's see here. Oh yeah, there's a book called Stenchus. Okay, so there's a long story. There is a sewer goblin in the game called Spoon. He's a bit racist. He's a weird guy. But you can help him if you want. And he can give you a book called that teaches about the religion of sewer goblins, which is what he is. You don't want to read this book. This is like pure brain rot, this book. There's even math for goblins. It's not worth it. He's got a family tree and everything. Don't read that book. But we can change the weather. Maybe to rain. That'll be pretty easy. So we need a crimson clawfish in the water receptacle. and Druid Sense on Salt. Okay. This is water receptacle. Let's put a crimson clawfish there. Druid Sense on Salt. They light up too when you have things in them, which is pretty cool. And then if we throw a bottle of Restore Essence at it. We did our ritual. Certain ingredients will only spawn when it's raining or only be available to harvest when it's raining. Maybe like a plant that opens up when it's raining and closes when it's not. We also have different seasons. I can show you an example of that, but we need to load up the main menu. That's a separate level. I can show you how the seasons were meant to work architecturally. So this is spring. Let's see, summer, autumn, and winter. And that will change, like I said, the ingredients that you find, the creatures that you find, what is even available to harvest. For instance, during winter, there is no ingredient over here. But during spring, we have certain things like the toadstool or our lady fern here. We also then have corruption, which is a risk versus reward feature that allows you to corrupt biomes, making everything quite harder, but also changing the ingredients that you find within the biomes. And that is fully compatible with our different seasons. And certain things that you harvest would then transfer between seasons, so we can harvest that, go back to spring, and it's still harvested. Doesn't have swords. Certain things too, there's like a shortcut over here, but it closes up during winter, so that part of the level would not be available during winter. He's asking about the swords because there was somebody in our chat who was adamant that this game would fail hard without sword and shield combat. Like it would not be worth playing. Nobody would want it. Horrible game, 0 out of 10. We had a couple of mock-up features too. So for instance, this is how you would process ingredients. This would allow you to like cook a carp. You can see there. Concussive blasting enemies. So enemies, like you see here. Oops. Threw it at the ground. Shit. Puzzle solved. Breakable shells on ingredients. This was just an example of that. Oh, this is a special alchemy station that will boost the effect of all immolation and warmth effects. So for instance, we can throw down this blood leaf, firefin trout, and we can see that this is being boosted. And immolation was fully functional at the moment. You can see it creates some fire. Collectible animal ingredients, so some animals you could collect the ingredient from. Ignore the visuals. This was just, you can go up and steal its little hat. It's Shaga flower. This is an ingredient that is only harvestable at... Oh wait, that one, I know what this one does. This one lights up at nighttime, but it's not there, so I ruined it. Will it grow back? All ingredients grow back after 3 in-game days, so maybe... No. I ruined that one. Oh well. It lights up at moonlight. This one is only harvestable during the nighttime. You can see there. This is pretty cool. This is ore that you would mine. So normally we wouldn't want ore to be like you can't just go up and grab it, right, with your hands. So these would require you to burst them like that. And then you could grab the ingredients. So these are just like different ways that you can use your potions in the level to actually do certain things. These were just mock-ups, of course. Fishing explosives, so you can see the fish there. Boink, throw the explosives, and we could then spawn some fish that you would pick up. Except I can't grab them. No. That one's bugged. This one I like. This one I like. This one is pretty much fully functional at the moment. Hidden pathway. So you can use an Aetherlight potion, which normally would light you up, so probably hard to show, but you can see that I'm lit up now. There's a blue glow on me. You can also use it to light up things in the environment, like revealing a hidden pathway. That one's pretty cool. A block that moves if you blast it in certain directions. Fully working. You could freeze some water. This is just spawning a stupid little mesh, but you get the picture. Boink. Oh look, you can now run across the water. And that's just with the chill effect on it. Or lightening a pressure plate by reducing the weight of something on it. You can see there, we lighten the rock, and now we can go inside here. There's some fun ideas. We have a small soap game where all it is the inn from CC you cook and make potions. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. What are you talking about, Paxi? I don't want to show you the main character. There's also there's actually more stuff in here too. There's also a task system. So you could do certain tasks, explore, gather things, farm. Where's an easy one? Cryptic Renewal, explore. So you could take tasks for different factions. This is over here. It looks really cool at night, so I'll show you what it looks like at nighttime. You have a full dungeon. Crypt of Renewal. Stupid name. Got some zombies down here. A little puzzle here too, so you see this pressure plate needs to be stepped on, but we can get the zombies to do that for us. There's 3 ways around that, I believe. You can also... I'll show you. Show you what you can do. But let me kill the zombies first, because they're being bitches. Shut up! Uh-oh. Ow. did not model the zombies. Everything here art related is considered placeholder. Oh, I solved the puzzle already. You can throw a potion of slowing on it while it's falling, and it'll slow it down so you can then run past it. I was trying to be cool and show off all these different ways you can solve puzzles. There's money too. Yeah, it's alright. Thought it'd be cooler. Have any healing potion? I have poison. I could kill myself. Oh, restore health. That'll work. Fortify health. I guess I could do that too. Oh, I threw it. My bad. This is drink. There we go. Yeah, you can kill yourself with your potions. Like, not my fault. Rip bozo. Tons of filters. Yeah, the inventory would need filters. That would be something that we do after our prototype here. There's a lot of items you can sell. This is a puzzle here, so there's lots of cool stuff hidden in here. You have to solve this puzzle with these pedestals, though. And each of the rooms gives you a little bit of a hint as to what you might want to put in there. This one, for instance, is definitely poison. Do we have any poison? Yes, we do. Go. You can see that one lit up. The final goal of this game, you talk with NPCs and you help them on their quests, changing their fates based on the potions that they give you. You are a specialist. There is no binary succeed and fail. You can kill any NPC that you want in this game with potions. Doesn't matter to me. You help the NPCs, they tell you their problems, like, hey, I'm going to the Cave of Whispers and I've heard news that there might be spiders in there that are poisonous or venomous. That's not them telling you what they need. And you might even be able to ask them, like, oh, you're going to the Cave of Whispers. What's there? And they might be like, I don't know what's there. So you might just give them a kind of catch-all potion. Or you might have read in a book that there were like venomous spiders there and say, hey, I know what's there. Or maybe it's not venomous spiders. Hey, I read in a book, it's not venomous spiders. There's a lich there. You need something that'll protect you against maybe magic or something, right? It is a lot of writing. That was part of the reason we needed 4 million euros. But it was all on display. We had it working in this demo. With 3 fully written characters, but 2. One that was a lot deeper than the other 2, and one that was like middle written. And the other's just like a tutorial kind of character. Do I have any druid sense? I just kind of randomly spawned some potions. I don't think I have a druid sense potion. Shit. Well, that was an unlucky draw. Ooh, hold on. We got one. Perfect. Oh, the audio's being weird down here. Hear that? Like duplicated. That's kind of awkward. Let's just turn that off for the moment. I'm breaking the game. Oops. We don't need the audio anyway. This one is immolation. I think we had an immolation somewhere. We also need Aether Light for the first one, for the first room. There's Immolation. Oop. I do have Aether Light. It's up here. Then that would solve that puzzle. You get access to a new processing station so you could start to distill ingredients, which will change their flavor and their effects. Help you make more targeted potions. A couple of nice potions here, a lot of things you could sell for some yummy gold. And there's a broken wall here. Little secret down here. Big old poison pool. Some good loot on the other side. Yeah, very, very detailed dialogue. I don't really have a good example of it because I'd have to load up the actual dialogue tree. Oh no, my capture card broke. Hold on, give me a sec. It was not the game, it was actually my capture card. Are we okay? Are we back? I'm so tired of this capture card problem, man. Fucking audio delay. And I guess if it gets worse too, it just destroys the audio completely. At least now we could play the game and all the audio would be synced again. I know, we have all the days of development though, if anybody's curious. On our channel. And somewhere in here there's probably a whole bunch of the dialogue being shown. We did 232 days total. There's gotta be at least a couple days in here where we were writing dialogue. Oh no, this is a whole bunch of UI stuff, it looks like. Books. Who the hell knows? Or bugs with our potion making. There's a bit of spaghetti. This has one of the longest functions I've ever made, which was making potions. We have to loop through all of the ingredients. And you might not know different effects. You might also not even know you might know that there's immolation 1 on 2 of the ingredients that you put in, but then an immolation 2 on another one. And so it would boost up the potion, but we can't show you that because you don't know that knowledge. It's a whole bunch of crazy shit. But it's all knowledge based. You only see what you know, but then of course the outcome of the potion would be the outcome of everything that you actually put into it. A lot of fucking strings too. Yeah, the yawning freeze frame, dude, that was me the whole time during this. And then it's because you can make any potion with any combination of effect. We need to have dialogue from NPCs and outcomes of their stories that respond to different combinations of effects. You know what happens if a character asks for poison 2 but you give poison 3? What happens if you only give poison 1? What happens if it's not a poison at all and you give restore health potion? Well, now the person that they were trying to poison is going to be healed. Does the character get died? Do they get jailed? You know, what happens? Do they manage to escape and come back angry? Do they then fight you? These were all real questions that we had to ask. It is crazy. It's so hard to show too, because I tell publishers this, and it's more of like one of those, well, what if scenarios, right? But it's like, no. The choices actually do matter in our game like this. But you can't sit there for 30 minutes showing how if you don't ask Spoon about his racism, then he isn't gonna like get married, but because of this and this, or because you didn't ask about his book, he doesn't bring you the book, which means you can't ask him about the things you read in the book. Which means you also can't have an optional dialogue with another NPC to mention that you read a book about this thing, even though it's all there in the game. Like, how do I fit that into a pitch? It was wild. It was wild. I don't know. There were tons of NPC writing days. Oh, here's one. Why is it defaulting to 144p? What the fuck? Oh, there's Spoon. there's Spoony boy. Well, it's like if we have custom responses for all the different effects that you can put on a potion, we then need to have you respond to those responses. So, yeah, it's just they were like, did a character tell you how to do something? They could teach you how to find a new ingredient. So like Spoon could teach you to find spoon nuts, in which case then we would spawn the spoon nuts in the world. Otherwise they wouldn't be visible. So we had all these just different little dialogue responses. I load up the project, but I don't have it on my computer anymore, unfortunately. I can't show it. I do have it backed up at home though. I have it all backed up. Yeah, this is like check for effect, restore stamina in main potion in encounter, dialogue thief 2B, check for effect night vision. And so these would change his responses to you for that. And we dynamically build that whenever you give a potion. I think I was testing it probably here at the end. Oh, here's some of the... Yeah, here's a bunch of the branching dialogue for him. This was actually pretty tame. I am using a heavily modified narrative 3. I did a lot of customization on top of it to allow for... Oh yeah, here we go. So this is his optional dialogue. This is not any of the main dialogue. But a lot of the choices you make here can open up new dialogue options in his main dialogue, and also open up new dialogue options in his optional dialogue. So you can learn a lot about his family here, about his dad, being a thief too, and all optional. But you can learn about his dreams here, and if you know about his dreams, then he tells you about his dreams to open up the pawn shop. But if you never learn about his dreams because you don't care to ask him, he'll never tell you that he's going to do that. It was fucking wild, man. You could just piss him off too, and he would never come back to. You could just tell him that good to go fuck himself. But you might do that, because you can get any NPC killed. You can also refuse to help any NPC based on your own values. Maybe you don't like that he is, kind of rude and mean towards humans. But he warms up. If you get close to him, he warms up. He's a good guy. Underneath all of it. Rough exterior. Wild stuff, man. Oh yeah, they use a piece of soap tied to a stick to give sewer goblins baths if they've been bad. That's their punishment. But he likes it because he actually likes smelling good. That's why he left the sewers. He's telling you about his friend Shu who hid half a rake behind some rocks. Incredible dialogue. Oh yeah, like if you talked to him about his dad's fascination with spoons before, then you wouldn't have to hear it again. I don't know, man. It's pretty wild. And I didn't know how to pitch that to publishers because it would be so much to explain. But it was cool. Good stuff. Now we're working on Redlock. It's a hard pitch. We did make the pitch. Where's my pitch deck? PowerPoint. Yeah, fantasy open world alchemy RPG where the potions you make can lead to the success or demise of your customer. Simple core gameplay, collect ingredients, brew potions, aid or sabotage characters. Of course, there's so much more to that, right? But the core gameplay is that. Fishing, puzzles, farming, hut upgrades, dungeons, potion combat. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about hut upgrades. You can upgrade your hut. There's a merchant too. You can buy and sell potions or a book. You can talk to her too. She has her own quest line where you can help her with. I think she's looking for a stamina potion, and she'll bring back some better upgrades if you help her with that. Yeah, I mean, this was pretty much all that I had to write about it, was just handwritten characters with morally and ethically ambiguous stories that the player can aid or sabotage, responding differently not just to the potions you provide, but also to what you say. But that's very hard to explain, even with our pillars of microreactivity. Carnage is our customer. So I know he'd play the shit out of this game if we released it. So he's like the perfect John Doe for us. We had our full budget breakdown too and team expectation. Yeah, it's still here. We can always come back to it. GDD 2. Kind of ambiguous moral? No, not that kind. But there would be some good examples of, yeah, I know that the way that I pitched it to publishers was that if we do our job right with the writing, no single person will agree or disagree with every character that we present. There should be characters that you might disagree with morally, and you have to make the decision, do I help them because it's not my job to judge. Do I judge them and only help the people that I think are good? And people could lie to you. You know, they could say, hey, I just need some poison for some rats in my basement. And then you learn that person, you know, I don't know, poisoned his ex-wife. Now you're responsible for that. Maybe you could have learned that if you had delved deeper. Maybe you could have just played it safe and denied him that poison. Who knows? Who knows? You know, and that's part of the writing for it. Huh. Maybe you don't care. Maybe you're like, oh, so you want to poison your wife? And he's like, ah, fine, you found me out. And you're like, yeah, take the poison. You wanted it medium? I made it extra strong. Say goodbye to the bitch for me. How much development time did you pitch for that? For which part? For like the writing? For which aspect? For the entire game? It would be about 3 years. We would have scaled up to full team size around end of vertical slice, start of early access. This would be a pretty aggressive ramp up though of team size, so we definitely couldn't have done it without the money. Pre-production though could be finished with about 100,000 euros. Vertical though would take quite a bit because it would have to be early access, so our vertical slice would need to be a bit larger than a traditional non-early access vertical slice. We wanted to, you know, we pitched early access so that we could start recouping money early as maybe an incentive to fund things. And I have experience with early access. This is Poland, by the way. I'm in Poland, so we would hire Polish people. That's why the budget is actually a bit small at 4 million euros. It would be a solid AA production, very solid AA production. Although Poland is getting more expensive to hire people in, so what are you gonna do? Oops. Friendly neighbors? Both of you from Germany. Nice. I've been to Cauldron twice for Gamescom, of course. Well, it wouldn't be outsourcing because I'm in Poland. But yeah, we had set a lot of time. You know, the reason why is just because I think that, of course, this is a very art-heavy game. Programming, though, would not be too significant because I'd already programmed most of the game. And most of those systems just need to be rewritten in C++, just touched up a bit. But like, from a programming perspective, I had already solved most of the game. And the rest of it's just a lot of design and writing. Lead narrative designer, 2 writers. The good news is, though, they could write from the start of the game. Oh no, I was supposed to add another writer, but I just didn't. So there would be 2 writers, narrative designer that would manage the storylines, and they would be writing from day one. Be a lot of work, though. Kashmir from Bangladesh. I don't mind outsourcing. We probably would have used some outsourcing for art stuff. We had an initial milestone plan too. And we pitched with that as well. Fiverr. It is hit or miss with outsourcing, I agree with that. You never know what you're gonna get. Outsource some art, had to redo basically everything. Can you tell me which studio so I can know to stay away from them if they're still around? Oh, we had a little one sheet too, old one sheet, 1-pager. Publishers like these, I can tell you that. Publishers like these because they can just read it. They don't have to like log into anything or download it. You can just hand it to them, and it's nice and easy to read during lunch or, you know, on the train or flight home. I do all of my pitches with paper. I still like make a trailer, of course, and I play that on my tablet. But I use all paper for my pitch decks. I print those out. I don't know. I'm old school like that. But it's also easier because I can have like the gameplay up on one side and then pitch deck here. We had the feature list. This is probably non-exhaustive though. All of our ingredient data. Made a lot of ingredients. Fun stuff. Oh, I'm tired, guys. I'm tired. I might head home for today. But I can share with you the plan. Little kiss for chat. Tomorrow, I'm off. I'm here in office, but I'm writing my lore. We're gonna finish up the exosuit lore. Oh, also, I can move this to finished. Our first playable 3 milestone task finished. And we only have these things to finish. So I would say I need to check with Rex. Rex, I don't know if you're still here. You and I need to just do a quick checkup and see if we have enough models to start working in that first room. Because that's it. If we model that, we're pretty much done. Game logo is being finalized. I can show you what our current logo looks like. What is this application? This is Utrecht, which is run by JetBrains. Bum, 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 bum. This is the black and white version of the logo. We will have a color version. This is just the logo. This is the text. This would not appear on the logo, but this would be the actual icon for the game here, and then this would be like the full thing for branding purposes. So that's almost done. I like how this looks. I'm really happy with this. Might need some final tweaks, and then we need to get the vector files for that, so that'll be good. Exosuit lore will be done tomorrow. Mesh list and nanite settings should be done, worst case, end of next week. Remodeling and meshing, that should be done, worst case, end of next week too. I have to go through a lot of BS to not die. Actually accurate. That's very true. But then we can start on the next milestone. We'll probably have a small retrospective, and I might take a day or two to completely make sure that what we're doing next milestone is what we actually need to be doing, because I'm kind of starting to think we might need to just move a few things around based on importance. So we might go through this list again before jumping into it fully. I think we will be doing that. Guaranteed we'll be doing that. But other than that, the milestone ends on the 31st. I can add that here. Milestone FP2 ends. And then first playable 3 starts here. And that will be a 3-month milestone. We might play Lego Batman. Hey, as long as we're ahead of schedule, I can play Lego Batman, okay? But I really want to play Lego Batman on stream. And then I don't know anything past that. I've no clue what's gonna happen with first play. I might add a first playable 4. We intend to be finished by like Q3, Q4 of this year. But I'm not going to launch in Q3 or Q4 because of holidays, GTA 6. Not going to do it. So we might save it until Q1 or Q2 2027 for the early access release, which will give us more time to finish anything up that we didn't estimate or plan for, which of course always happens in game dev, or just to optimize and polish things off so that we have the best Steam page. Good question. Vertical Slice 1. Playtest, you can play it right now, you can test it right now. We're going to continue that until the game is up on Steam, like up with early access release. By the way, ignore the dates that are here. I just put this here to have it. Demo, Steam Next Fest. We only can do Next Fest once. Demo, yes. Demo, yes. What we'll probably do is release in early access. No Steam Next Fest yet. As we develop the project, what started off in early access will be the demo, which will probably be the first 2 levels. So maybe about 2 to 4 hours of gameplay maximum. And we're going to keep that locked to those 2 levels. But we will backport all of the polish, UI fixes, whatever, to the demo and keep that updated. And then at some point prior to full release, we will probably go to Steam Next Fest. I don't want to waste my chance at Next Fest. I want to do it right, and I want to do it once. Well, we have to do it once, but I want to do it right. And we might try to coincide. I want to coincide some big event to that. So it's like, this is our Next Fest. At the end of Next Fest, game release. Like, I don't know, like a week later or something. And that way we can just drive up all the engagement there. And that way people are playing the best possible version of the game, which is just like right before full release, right before you get your hands on all the levels. But you can at least play the demo with all of our updates and that. That's the plan for it. But it's still too early to say. I can only tell you that we plan to get the Steam page up Q3, Q4 of this year. But some people only look at that Steam page once, and I want to make sure that the first time that they're going to see it, they're going to see really, really good quality visuals, a high quality video. I don't want to go too soon. It would be suicide. We have to be patient, which I'm not patient, but I have to be patient. But we're making good progress. I thought we would have the beautiful corner done, but it's okay that we don't have it done. We're learning a lot more about nanite and proper meshing and how to make high quality, high fidelity meshes that work well with our mantling system. So we will work back and finish up that beautiful corner. Mood boards are probably done at this point, but I just need to mark it done. Lore is continuing. Logo is almost done. Shortcut just needs a document, but they're working. Exosuitability is working, but it's not in the game yet because we don't plan to put it there, but I could probably mark that done since it is fully functional. This is probably done. And that'll finish up. That'll be part of these two. Because that's just the Foley Mesh Room 1 nanite profiling observations. And then we got 3 months for everything you see here, and maybe some additional things, or if I move things around. We'll probably determine that on one of these days here in the last 2 weeks. Interaction refactor. That is finished. I don't know what we're doing next week. I got to touch base with Rex today and see what our meshing goes, and if we have enough meshes to start doing these. Not a big deal though if we don't, because then I can just take some tasks from next milestone and start working on them. We're making good progress. I know it's kind of weird to say in game dev, but we're making good progress. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, and I don't really see any major pitfalls or red flags. Everything we're doing, I feel pretty confident that we can accomplish. No major technical hurdle, at least for now. Common UI was the most worrying part of it, but we solved that pretty fast. Ugh. Game's a lot of work, isn't it? Casino common UI for the future? Yes. I have a much better understanding, and we have a plugin that we use. So I never want to like touch the base setup again. We have a plugin. It's really, really easy to work and add new menus and like modals, for instance. And it all just seems to function. And it's working with gamepad, with specifically changing glyphs, which is one of the necessities for full controller support for Steam. Yep. Our plan is to get it done here, figure out common UI, solve it, and never have to do the setup and base bullshit again. Do you have any plans for marketing? Not yet. Not until we have a Steam page, minimum, which won't be until Q3, so we will have to come up with a marketing plan at some point. I don't know what it is yet. We don't have any money to spend on marketing, unfortunately. Cold-mailed content creators? I'll probably do something similar. We have a small benefit, which is the stream here. We have people that we can mobilize on our YouTube and Twitch pretty easily to get some of those first few wish lists and views. We might do a Kickstarter. I have somebody that I can contact who is very knowledgeable. He has run he helps other studios do Kickstarters. And I know that he was in charge of the Songs of Silence Kickstarter. I think it's the name of it. I think he's working at Chimera Entertainment now. So they were able to raise 100,000 euros, and he's got all the deets to make really good Kickstarters like this. So I know that he has been very open to talking with me and getting one of these set up if I need it. Yeah, I do want to contact people that actually play the genre. So like a lot of speedrunners, but also people that are they like platformers or have always wanted to play something that was a bit slower paced of a precision platformer. I don't know who Sandpepper is. I'll be relying on you guys to help me with names though, for keys. Alright, I think I'm done. My voice is starting to go. I'm really hungry. I gotta eat. But thank you guys. I hope you enjoyed watching the game. Sorry that there was like an hour of Cauldron Chronicles, but I was like showing that off and I don't know. I'll cry later tonight about its failure. But I will see you on Monday. I'm off tomorrow to do some lore writing. Peace. Make sure !demo if you want to play Redlock yourself. Please go on our Discord and you can post in the ending title for how long it took to, for you to complete certain levels, or if you have any bugs or problems with levels, let me know about that too. I will see you guys on Monday. Peace. Have a great weekend. See you guys. Bye-bye. Enjoy your weekend too. Bye-bye.